Hello, everybody. It's welcome back to Peg Time. Already a pretty shit start to the week, unfortunately, but that's why we're here, to do something fun instead of, you know, all that. Yeah, so if you're tuning into this one and you haven't watched the previous Peg streams and you're wondering what's gonna be on the docket, we have not started the trial yet. We're about to do that. We just got done with the investigation part, so that's gonna be fun. I don't have to do nearly as much with my voice today. Chaotic Polarity with the $10. Don't set the action difficulty to mean on this trial. Learn from the mistakes of the person, me, who set every difficulty of every DR game to mean and never ever struggled until this game. Well, I think I set the difficulty before this, and I just set it to normal, so I think we should probably be good. Somehow Avatar looks like something out of the Magnus Archives. My life feels a bit like the Magnus Archives sometimes, so that's appropriate. Should I clarify it? No, don't worry about it. Just live with that knowledge and, you know. Anywho, yeah, I guess let's go ahead and get started. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, this new avatar art is something that I drew. I don't usually feature my own art on the streams. I feel a little self-conscious about it, but... Yo! Fucking... Sorry, why is it not showing me your full name? Captain Draken with the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. RBYMM with the $5. Let's go Peg. It's so good is giving me inspiration to write again. Only problem is I can't stop writing to save my life. Chat, am I cooked? I fear you may be cooked. Alright. Well, let's view our trinket real quick. And... I'm just gonna do a quick review of the truth bullets, because I want to just give myself a little refresher. Love and Life today, why is it cut off your name? Hold on just a second. 235 with the $5. From a fellow, my life is like TMA, sending you love and money. Thank you. And Atropos with the $5. Stopping from removing all the carpet from my stairs in order to be here, hee hee. Also, hell yeah, new Marcy art. Well, good luck with your carpet, Atropos. Alright. Let's take a look at this. Okay, Blackout. At the time of Wolfgame's murder, Winona and Ulysses were by the giant tree. Winona does not recall a blackout happening. The same goes for Eloise, who spent her morning in the courtyard with Desmond. Blood spots. Drops of blood were scattered around the boiler room door. They were also scattered in the outside hallway. That's right, I remember that. Very interesting. Boiler room doorknob. The doorknob has been flipped so that the lock is now on the outside. Wolfgang's hands. Burn mark silver, Wolfgang's hands. You can save in the middle of the trial. Oh, that's good to know. Alex P with the $3. 5-1 odds that the killer is Tengen Danganronpa. No. Ooh, excuse me. No. DJ pad clock. The digital clock on Mark's DJ pad is frozen at 9:35 a.m. Mark believes the blackout caused some kind of internal damage to his DJ pad, and the clock is frozen on the time it last displayed before the power was lost. Extension cord. A tattered extension cord floating in the water. There was no internal plug, only a frayed tip line lined with a black substance. A collection of similar-looking extension cords were discovered in storage closet D. These ones were fully intact, and the internal plugs were particularly slim. Footsteps. When Kai and I were exploring storage closet C, we heard someone run past the closet. The footsteps sounded like they were moving away from the boiler room. Based on how soft the footsteps were, it can be inferred that the person was not wearing shoes. Game tournament timeline. The game tournament began at 9 a.m. and was attended by 8 people. Of those 8, 6 competed in the tournament: Kai, me, Jet, Cassidy, Jean, and Grace. The first match was between myself and Kai, but our game was cut short by the blackout. Generator. Half the generator's wires were melted, and what remained intact has been completely singed. It's like a bomb went off inside the machine. Grace's testimony. Wolfgang was going to attend the tournament with Grace, but had to cancel this morning after waking up with a sore stomach. He encouraged Grace to attend the tournament with Jean instead. Knife. A knife found floating in the water. On the blade and in the surrounding water was the unmistakable color of blood. While inspecting the kitchen, I discovered a knife block inside one of the cabinets. The block just so happens to be missing a large knife. Odd smell, rather. The air in the boiler room smelled like an odd combination of cereal and alcohol. Jean believes the smell is the result of a chemical reaction. Shrapnel. Chunks of an unidentified material were floating in the water near the generator. Steel rolling pin. A dusty rolling pin discovered inside storage closet A. On one end is a small dent, on the other 2 very clear handprints. Storage closets. The underground floor has 4 storage closets. During the blackout, the tournament attendees, who were searching for a backup generator, agreed to enter those closets in pairs. Eva and Grace entered storage closet A, Jet and Cassidy entered storage closet B, Kai and I entered storage closet C, Jean and Mark entered storage closet D. Suspicious note. A note discovered inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. The paper was damaged by the water, smudging most of the ink beyond readability. However, a few words can be made out at the bottom of the note. Secret, 8:15 a.m., and close the door. Taser gun. A taser gun found at the scene of the crime. Thin piece of metal. A small thin piece of metal discovered near the boiler room door. Toshko's fetch quest. Their fetch quest. Toshko left the dorms before 8 a.m. to fetch Ingrid some medication from the pharmacy. On her way back, she briefly encountered Wolfgang in the hallway. Ingrid overheard bits and pieces of Toshko and Wolfgang's conversation from her room. She is fairly confident the encounter happened around 8:10 a.m. Tosa tablet number 2. The victim is Wolfgang Akide, the ultimate lawyer, who was discovered in the boiler room on the underground floor. He is kneeling in the water and his upper body is slumped over the concrete platform. Estimated time of death is 9:35 a.m. And Wolfgang's neck. A huge discolored mark ran down the back of Wolfgang's neck. Was this the first sign of decomposition, or was it a bruise left by something? Next to the discoloration on Wolfgang's neck was a tiny red dot, the skin around which looked inflamed. There was no scabbing, however, which suggests this dot appeared recently. Okay. I think we're ready to begin. It's been long enough since the first stream, though, that I'm kind of... my memory is a bit wonky on some of the trial controls, so that's gonna be fun. We'll figure it out as we go. Again, I'm using a controller, so it's gonna be showing me the keyboard controls, so we're gonna have fun experimenting. All right. Let's go.
Let's get this started, shall we? Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles.
Hey, I remember that name.
A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain the rules to you again. But even so, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened. If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, or the blackened will be granted release from this academy. Happy discussing! We pray for your survival and success.
He's so silly. Okay. Alright. Stream is a tad quieter than I think was intended. I'm ran some tests beforehand. I think it sounded fine to me, but I can turn it up a little bit if need be. It's just that whenever it gets louder, it starts to make it kind of difficult to hear me whenever I turn it up too much.
Can someone please break this silence?
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice, but putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
I mean, yes. That is, unfortunately, the point of the situation.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed. Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Aww.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a better place now, you hear?
Somebody just, like, speaking up like, hey, I doubt it.
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this, whatever it takes, no matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
That's an interesting way of going about it. Kicks you so hard your brain falls out.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it. How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose?
Marie the Bean with $5. Holy Bingus and NezumiVA on my birthday. Thank you for making the school days a little more tolerable each day. Hey, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one. Yeah, I I understand the struggle as well. I had a miserable time in school, so if I can make the days a little brighter, that's all good by me.
That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
I mean, he is right there.
Well, nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer.
Oh, okay, you were talking about the killer, sorry.
If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means. For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case.
Okay, we're going there already. Huh?
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the
Like-
investigation seems really suspicious.
The Squidward like, are you accusing me of something?
Well, the way I see it, there are three possibilities. 1, you killed Wolfgang. 2, you killed Wolfgang. Or 3, you killed Wolfgang.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not, it really hindered our investigation.
She was really being annoying.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented. You know, for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
Damn, the shade already. Logan, what episode is that from? I forget the name of the episode, but it's the one where Mr. Krabs thinks that Squidward stole his dime, and so he goes to live at SpongeBob's house and generally just becomes a nuisance to SpongeBob. Kitty with the £5, everyone else grieving. Taman, Wolfgang? I hate that guy.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer. I just think we should be cautious of her.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, because she went to the game tournament.
Kai?
Grace attended the tournament?
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the murder. Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would.
Oh, whoops.
Grace is off the hook?
I didn't mean to interrupt him.
That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And Mark.
I mean, you were kind of there, but nobody really remembered.
Damon and I also attended the tournament.
Mark, I'm using a controller.
We can also vouch for Grace.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
What? No! Lying? About Grace?
What the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation? You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
Hey, you can falsely accuse Grace, but falsely accusing me is a different story.
What happened here? Damon and me, we just found him like this.
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall.
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
We teleported.
Mm-hmm. When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs. I would know. I saw him.
Ah, there you go.
There was a blackout?
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
Yeah.
Look at that thing! Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to get into the thing with the generators, or the separate power sources.
Why is it that some people can recall a blackout but not others? Thinking back on the testimonies I've collected, I can probably make an educated guess.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna get right to it. It affected one building.
I got it. The reason not everyone experienced the blackout is because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left the dining hall? Why not stay put until the power returned?
Because we were the ones who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves. And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets.
Just our luck, we found a corpse. That's right.
Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification, Cassidy.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the toaster trinket map, we know which ones, too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
Methinks there is a bit of hostility on Eloise's end for everything that happened with Grace. I'm curious to see how that pans out in the future.
Sorry? You're sorry for accusing me of murder.
Well, yeah!
Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
I don't know about that.
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
It's just a very casual, like, yo, hey, chill out.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
Oh yeah, Silkmoth, remember she saw Grace's blackmail. She knows something about her. That is true. I would suspect that that probably has something to do with the way that she thinks about Grace as well.
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Grace and Loya Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
Ugh. He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
I mean,
Yo, little history dude. Wolfgang must have spilled the
little
beans to you,
history, dude.
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Right? Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Holy shit. Okay, yeah, they're just gonna say that.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
Until he decided that he had other plans.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me provide some context. As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time.
But the shipping chart has changed.
However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my head. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe.
Wait, so... Winona. How did you do it tic-tac-toe? Oh man.
I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me. So when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half.
Lot you can do in a day and a half.
Ugh, gross.
In that case, Desmond was right about those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point?
Well, he was walking weird.
Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or... Oh, maybe he had trouble getting to sleep.
Yeah.
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night, but... The morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick.
Morning sickness.
Sick?
With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So, I left his room right after the morning announcement.
Okay.
And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well, so she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
Arhabaki gave me with the $2. Mpreg and Peg, more likely than you think. Oh no. I've started something. I just couldn't keep my mouth shut.
She withheld information.
Aye, that she did. Of course, since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game?
Fair enough.
No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
When you put it that way, man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make of the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
What the hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
Good point. If Wolfgang
This
really
music.
were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend like 4 flights of stairs?
Yeah.
It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick.
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
I mean, yeah, I was wondering last time if he had just told her that and then slipped out afterwards, so...
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
Is there more to the story than Grace is telling us? Too many people are letting their emotions cloud their judgment. I need to solve this mystery and set things straight.
I don't think there's anything straight about this situation, Damon. Toes of tablets, blood
Why don't you
spots.
tell everyone the truth?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret
Alright.
always.
I don't know
We
about
would've
that.
found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried
Okay,
by
yeah,
the
that's-
killer.
Or Wolfgang
that's
never
possible,
told
okay.
Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
There's a major discrepancy in Grace's testimony, but is she necessarily at fault for that?
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret
hold on.
hallways.
Indigo with the 10 pounds. Oh, something, something pegging. Have good day. Thank you.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
I mean, I don't think it's
Wolfgang
that.
used the elevator in the tree.
You're not helping.
But,
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got
Or
nothing
well.
else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
It's not that.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
Well,
That, or
that would be
Wolfgang never told
contradicting
Grace
that,
he was
so
sick.
that wouldn't be
Lie
agreeing
about
with
what he
that.
said.
What
Fuck.
if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
Yeah, this one is tough.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
Hold on.
I've got nothing else to explain.
Check the... Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try something, but we'll see.
The last I saw
Okay.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the...
Okay, it worked.
No, that's wrong.
It's sure Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault. The only person we should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
I hate that guy.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Yes. I remember now.
Yeah, put the child on the spot.
Ingrid. She developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face
with Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the tournament. Of course, he never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
Mm-hmm. I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
To go for a walk. Yeah, that's it. Totally nothing else.
To go to the boiler room.
Oh no.
Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
Why did Wolfgang go to the boiler room? That I can also answer. Well, yeah, where's the note? That. Yes.
This is it. During the investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink. But some parts are still legible.
Secret, 8:15 a.m. Boiler room. Close the door.
This mentions the boiler room.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket, it can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Hi, sad boy.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
This trial is so much gun.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note.
Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
was to remove her from the picture.
Damn. Yeah. That's probably gotta feel pretty bad, honestly.
Once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs.
Like you spend a nice intimate night with a boy you like, and he's like, "Oh, I'm feeling really bad, babe. You know, I think I'm gonna sit out today," and then he just leaves after telling you that, and then dies.
That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
Yeah, I mean, there is also that possibility, but, you know, we gotta see.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally.
For that reason, I implore you all to speak with the person whose blackmail you have, and them only.
RBYMM with the $2. Pegging session's so bad it made him sick. God damn it. Even if the contents of the envelope seem horrible, give the person a chance to explain themselves.
Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, they could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them, hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note.
I mean, yeah, Damon got his anyway, so we know for a fact that Damon didn't show up for that.
Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo! Person who Wolfgang had blackmail on! If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right. Hey! Person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail! If you're innocent, say something already!
Damon just like, okay, I'm gonna take a chance. Hey, I have it. And then everybody's like, oh, so you're the killer then. Wait, no! If I'm innocent, I should say something. Would telling everyone I have Wolfgang's blackmail really guarantee my innocence in their eyes? I don't know about that. I don't know. Hey! Oh no, I'm starting to think like him. Although everyone may follow my direction during the trial, since they can't ignore the evidence on my side. When it comes to me, of all people, owning Wolfgang's blackmail, how do I know they won't suddenly change their tune? They might chastise me for not revealing his blackmail sooner, or maybe they'll think I'm confessing and accuse me of murdering him. It's not like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but do I really want to subject myself to all of that? Does the trajectory of this trial really depend on whether or not I
was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot. But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Well, there you go. Huh?
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope. Funnily enough, it happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person. He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it, if you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
I held on to the letter for safekeeping.
Hey, I said envelope. Pronounce it the same way as me. For consistency.
This should have all been said sooner. I realized that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude. My mistake was stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Truth. Thanks for letting us know, bud.
I think it would be even funnier if Damon was like, okay, that went better than expected. I guess I could probably reveal that I have Wolfgang's blackmail since everybody seemed to take that so well. And then he's like, hey guys, you know, I'm actually the one that has Wolfgang's blackmail. And everyone turns around like, he's the killer! Fucking get him!
Indeed. To acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
Right. It's very noble.
He's really thinking about it! If I revealed my blackmail right now, would everyone here treat me the same? Would they be just as forgiving?
I take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna step forward?
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit.
It was only a suggestion.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, Cassidy.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer. It's annoying they won't speak up, sure.
Oh, Damon. Damon! That's gonna look so bad for you in a few minutes.
But unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people.
Also, you're
Especially
making
now that
yourself
it's gone.
look very suspicious.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
Why not set the text to auto? Because auto is so slow in visual novels. I really don't like auto options a lot of the time. It always goes way slower than I read.
The cases, or...
RBYMM with the $5. I don't know who has Wolfgang's blackmail, but they must be so hot and cool and incredibly talented at Peckle. And our Habaki game with the 2, this might be what they would do, not that I know.
Obviously, the case. The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying?
No.
Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
Oh, okay.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to, but I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but
It's like the, you know, the Giorno Giovanna, like, that's bullshit. But I believe it.
we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right?
Debatable. Stabbed to death.
When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him. And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
That would line up with how we found him.
No. The killer stabbed Wolfgang in the hallway, then followed him into the boiler room? No, that's not what happened. I need to show everyone where they've gone wrong. Alright. Okay, I'm thinking it's gonna be the hands.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is...
Do you speak from experience, Diana?
It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind.
No? Damn it.
That does not dispute the possibility of a confrontation.
Tie Guy 46 with the 2 pounds. Been waiting for this one. Yes, sirree. Damn it, she's right.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
Okay, let's be a little more patient then, I guess.
It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind. And the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, you know, ended it.
It all makes sense.
Whatever story they're trying to spin here, it's definitely not the truth. I can conclude as much from the crime scene.
Our Habaki Gaming with the $5. Jet is big-brained, actually, sacrificing nothing, his socially perceived intellect, to pull the evidence out of Damon. He's full of heart. You know, fair enough. Hold on, let me, oh wait. I can't look at the
Is
evidence
this
until
really
I'm
how
in
you guys
this
think
view.
Wolfgang died?
Okay, so let's look at this for a second again. It's probably not the blood spots, I don't think. And I guess it's probably also not his hands. I can't... I don't know that it... The tablet seems like it wouldn't be it, because it doesn't seem to... Like, it doesn't really specify much about his cause of death. I mean, yeah, it doesn't mention stab wounds. Maybe I'm overthinking that.
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to it.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the...
Stabbed him from...
See? Okay. It actually did work. I wouldn't have guessed that, necessarily. But...
Jed, you talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, but did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
Not like those the alleged stab wounds that I think he must have had.
I figured. Had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds. In fact, none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously. We went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Damn.
Hey, man! It's not like I didn't try! It's just... this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
I mean, fair point.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
I mean, you get what he's saying.
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting.
Aww.
Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries.
I really like Jean. I'm gonna be so sad if he dies.
There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise, and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total. Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Sugar high, my dear Wilson. Can I use the flamethrower?
These didn't look like normal burns. Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire, or a hot iron, or a flamethrower, I suppose.
Contradicting my theory outright? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
Sorry, lass.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said. The burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
Chiaro... huh?
Doing the fucking, like... What's that one post? I'm not gonna say how the post concludes because it's a little not safe for work, but the like... In English, nerd! You know, that one.
Ooh, now this I know. Coronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims. Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking. Some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
Well, there you go.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from.
That stands, yeah, fair point.
My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Sorry to hear that and all, but...
But...
What does lightning have to do with anything?
Literally like, okay, but who asked?
Well, if I had to guess, Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
Uh-huh.
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
Huh? We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
Could he not have been struck before the killing game? Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps the deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
You know, I'm just gonna... Instead of making fun of you for your theory, I'm just gonna chalk this up to... You are 14.
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it took for me to know that. If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow went outside?
Not necessarily. This is only something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
Guys, come on! Something equivalent in damage to a lightning strike? The idea sounded ridiculous, but when I think back on the boiler room and what was inside it, yes! Right. If I take that object into consideration, Ulysses' theory starts to hold some weight. Guys.
This is it. Ulysses, since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Yes, I do.
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the room as we are. So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water.
Uh-huh.
Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage.
Yes.
And in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief. What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room. Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
At the time of the investigation, sure. It wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember. But back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor.
Dining hall people, you were in this building before. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, why didn't you mention this other girl?
The hell? I never even saw her.
Huh? You were there too, Bargain Bin? Don't even.
There's a floor below us. That's where I woke up.
To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside.
Cherry6759 just wanted to share someone told me point blank there is no symbolism or themes in Danganronpa. It's a game. Does Mario have symbolism now? And it's been stuck in my head ever since. What? What do you mean? No. Yeah, it's just a game, guys. It doesn't have any themes at all. Oh my god. People really heard one person in high school say they're just blue curtains, and they lived their entire life afterward based on that statement alone. Smiles, yes, literally. Oh my god. I fucking hate when people do that shit. So annoying. Literally develop a sense of reading comprehension, I'm begging you.
I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
I woke up first.
Yeah. She did. Anyway, Ava, you agreed the generator was in full working condition when we woke up, right?
Right.
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
Oh, hey!
Two things. First, destroyed is overly vague. Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Charred beyond belief. Second, and more importantly, where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence?
Oh boy.
Funny how the standards shift, if so.
That...
Damn it. She's trying to make me look like an idiot. If I let this continue, the others might start to doubt me. I need to stop her before she veers the trial off track. You thought you were the only one with an interjection animation? Think again. Sometimes this... Oh no, wait. I remember now. I was doing the effect for these.
Sometimes, a student will dislike your argument so much that they will initiate a one-on-one debate with you. We call this Rebuttal Showdown. During Rebuttal Showdown, your opponent will fling a flurry of remarks at you, and it's your job to counter them.
Hold on, I'm gonna look at the controls real quick. I mean, I know it's the keyboard controls, but I can still suss out some things. Okay. Okay, I think it should still be, like, mostly the same. Alright.
Use the WASD keys to slice through your opponent's argument. Naturally, you'll slash in the direction of the button pressed. To slice diagonally, simply press two keys at the same time. Be sure to pay close attention to the shape, size, and position of your opponent's remarks, as these will clue you into what direction you should slice. Every time you strike white text, the green side of the screen will shift left to represent your argument succeeding. Likewise, every time you miss white text, the orange side of the screen will shift right to show that your opponent is winning. If you've got through enough remarks, you'll advance to the next stage. If you haven't, you'll retreat. If you're somewhere in the middle, you and your opponent will wrestle for control in a short round of cross swords. In order to gain the upper hand, you must rapidly left-click. Now to the meat of the duel, truth blades. Similar to non-stop debates, any suspected contradictions will be highlighted in gold. Hold down right-click to slice them apart with the truth blade. Of course, don't start slicing the second you see gold. Assess the validity of the remark, and check if you have the correct truth blade equipped. Now let's not keep Winona waiting any longer. To battle!
Yeah. Okay. I'm so sorry to fight with you, Queen.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping,
hold on.
That gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
How do I... Fuck.
What about the blackout? It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout.
It's not the same keys to...
broken
or the same
prior to the
button
tournament.
to change the truth bullets, so...
The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder.
Hold
you
on.
only assume it happened during it, not the smart argument from a supposed ultimate
Fuck.
debater.
How do I change it? No, the blackout is definitely connected to Wolfgang's death. There's a certain piece of evidence which proves the two events are correlated. I think I tried the shoulder buttons. The truth change is kind of bugged here. I had to unplug the controller for this one. Damn. That sucks. I think you need to hold one of the shoulder buttons.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I
power
can do
at
that.
any point before or after the murder.
But how do...
You only assume it happened during.
I can't get it to move
Not
again.
The smartest
What
argument
the
from
fuck?
a supposed ultimate debater.
I'm not sure what I'm doing to even get it to move there, to be completely honest.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder.
Well, I think it's this anyway, so... whatever.
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament.
In normal DR, wasn't it hold shoulder button plus up and down? Yeah, I mean, I was holding the shoulder button, but when I hit anything on the sticks, it just kind of only moved when it felt like it. Like, pressing up and down and left and right on both sticks wasn't really doing much of anything. I just had to, like, randomly waggle at both of them to even get that thing to move when you saw it move a second ago. So, it was a bit strange.
Mark's DJ pad.
Salaga with the $2. First time donating, keep up the amazing work. Thank you.
While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad. If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet, 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true?
There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Yes.
In any case, the matching times are too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, you can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened.
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
Yeah.
Huh?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder, because it isn't even conductive.
It's not?
After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area.
I was wondering if this would come up.
So, I tested the water.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ava approach the pile of boxes and fish out a light bulb. Then, without hesitation, she chucked it into the water.
I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scorched.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water. If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Nah. Even in its current sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
But there was one that was near the water.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students.
I mean, Ava, honey, somebody probably did it on purpose.
A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, ain't it?
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
Atropos with the $5. This claim drives me fucking insane, and me when the water isn't conducting actively, so I say it isn't conductive at all. You should know this, Ava. Yeah. Listen. It's okay. She's having a moment. Is the generator really unrelated to the case? But the timing of the blackout, it's too perfect. It can't be a coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
It mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor. A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
Oh yeah, there was also that.
Not a toy gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
Tie Guy 46 with the 2 pounds. The quality for a fan game is genuinely remarkable. Yeah, it's really well made. Again, super hats off to the team.
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
Ah, yes, we're finally gonna get that clarification from you.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some are completely wireless. For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. If a shot is fired, they pop clean off. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another. Speaks for itself, yeah?
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Just think about it for 1 second.
Yeah, you can't have your cell phones, but you can have your taser. It might be useful.
Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment, Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what can someone with a dangerous talent have?
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Oh no.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
Hang on. You've got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Oh yeah, his room was filled with tasers. There's nothing but tasers everywhere. Honestly, kind of surprised I didn't see one pop up before now.
Alas, we stayed in my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Okay.
Talk about suspicious.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen,
Ooh.
I get where you guys are coming
Yeah,
from, but
this is spiraling out fast.
that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
No, that's a lie.
A lie?
His attempt to feign innocence won't fool me. Not when I know the truth. I mean, I guess, yeah, his blackmail was pretty suspicious. I'm gonna see if that...
I got it. The blackmail tools you gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine, did you?
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
With his weapons at hand, Desmond guards the only one he trusts.
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch of weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep, no idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
I mean, yeah. I genuinely don't think that Desmond has anything going on here. I think this is just sort of a coincidental thing.
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together. Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a dead controller.
Listen, I wouldn't complain about that. Well, the controller maybe.
Take the bad with the good, dearest people. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
Enough talking about consoles. Why are you guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer. Any argument he makes against it is just a flimsy excuse.
I mean, okay, we haven't necessarily determined the relation of the stun gun to the murder itself either. Have to keep that in mind as well. We're making a lot of leaps very quickly. I understand, Grace, but...
Desmond is the killer.
Okay, wait. What was Grace's testimony? Okay, it was that.
The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But... If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired?
Arhabaki Gaming with the
I don't think a
$2.
killer would draw
News
attention
reporter
to their
about
own murder weapon.
Tortimer AC being in IR... Whoa.
Was with
What?
Desmond.
Hello?
I call it reverse psychology. You sprinkle in a little helpfulness, and suddenly everyone trusts you.
When the murder happened,
Is Desmond innocent? Hold on. Oh, right. I can't look at the thing. What? News station in the US reported Animal Crossing character Tortimer being... Hello? Why? What? Alright, well... Oh, hold on a second. Okay. Sorry, I was just checking my phone real quick. When I compare the evidence to everyone's statements...
Desmond is the killer! The taser gun came from his room!
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard!
But... If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology.
Wait.
Sprinkle in a little helpfulness.
Where was the... Yes. Okay. I have to go back around, but... Or Bucky Gaming with the $5. For context, the news report was sensationalizing a video game. Tozu does extensive research. Just one example I know about. Sorry for the confusion. Oh, okay. I understand.
Desmond is the killer! From his room!
Okay.
From your weapon!
If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
Okay, it's coming up in a second. There it is.
I got it.
Regardless of whether or not Desmond knew about the gun, he definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I, we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah. Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
There we go.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him? Should the wrong vote be cast, nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
Okay, yeah. I did notice that was left sort of unclarified in the rules a little bit, so I would be interested to see if Tozu responds to this.
That's right. And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
Atropos with the $2. The fact that his agree statement is "I got it" is the clenched. Oh my god! I'm sorry. It just made me immediately think of the Arthur meme. The like.
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS. Anyway, we should totally thank Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how... What?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, baby!
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again? But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
Alright. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
I mean,
what?
I don't necessarily think so.
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Oh, you have his whole blackmail. Also, yeah, that is true. Girly, I think you are just... Maybe you should take a break from proposing ideas during this trial, Ava. Like, literally, I'm with the saddest of boys on this one. Ava, darling, they could never make me hate you, but like... you do not let her cook.
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed. Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie.
Yeah, look on the bright side. It's probably what killed him. I understand what you mean, Ingrid. It's just phrasing.
If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead? You know, the ones that weren't burn marks? Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
Yeah. Besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Wanna try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Flirting.
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
I think it's safe to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Okay, you know, good enough. Oh my god.
Got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way,
short problems.
Something must have hit him.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Wolfie fell over.
I don't think so.
With how spindly he is, one tiny misstep.
He just got his legs tangled up.
Poor fella bruised for days.
He just fell over.
Ulysses, fall over.
No, thank you.
Okay, I think I know what this is. Something must have caused that bruise on Wolfgang's neck. What could it have been?
I think it's safe to say.
Something must have. I got it.
For some reason, I think that screen cap in particular has probably been used by a lot of people.
Kai's right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Okay, you know what? I do have to say it. Maybe I'll change my mind again later. But I am actually kind of starting to like Kai more. I know I gave him a lot of shit before, but he's starting to grow on me.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind. Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pen. Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Who's my top suspect right now? I mean, I was pretty suspicious of Diana, but she's been really quiet during this trial, which is, I mean, I guess that could be suspicious, but I also feel like, I don't know. I feel like if she was the killer, she would also be speaking up more. But I guess we'll just have to see if my initial suspicion pans out or if it goes in a different direction.
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved?
No.
Oh, whoops.
There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder.
Sorry, Jet.
Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Love and Life today, $2.35 with the $5. Kai reminds me of the worst parts of speech and debate. Affectionate. I love him.
Damn! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser! Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Jim Pop 45 with the $2. Diana's camouflaging like a lizard.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
I guess it makes sense.
After shooting Wolfgang with the taser, what was the killer's next move? If I figured that out, I'll be one step closer to solving this case. Okay.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs, because the two of us went inside Closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember?
Hold on. Let me look at this.
Dad and I checked Closet B.
I checked the storage closet description as well.
Damon and Kai checked Closet C.
Yeah, this one's tough.
And Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
Just because the killer placed the pin earlier doesn't mean they left before we arrived.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs.
Pin before we came.
Not that one. Damn.
Leave me out of this. It's not my problem if you don't get it.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin.
Although it could be the
and
next
then
statement
chucked
from
the pin into
Diana.
Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
Oh, shit. It went faster than I expected.
So let me get this straight.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
Downstairs. Yeah, I think Mark's right.
killer could run upstairs and go back to their room, immediately discarding the pin.
Damn it, it's not that either.
You really gonna disagree with me on who was where?
Cassidy discussed this matter earlier in the trial.
Wait, why did it go to
Comparing what she said
Cassidy's
just
statement?
Now to my notes from then, all the details match up.
That's strange. Was it meant to go to Cassidy's statement there?
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin.
Bug. Hold on. So I think the response for if you get these wrong or out of order. Oh, okay. So that's... I had the right weak point.
And then chuck the pin into closet A?
When exactly
The only thing, the only other thing I think it could be is the footsteps.
Couldn't have done it.
Oh, wait, what? Huh? What? What? Huh? What happened? Oh, time, okay, I see.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin.
And then check the pin into closet A?
Okay.
Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room, immediately discarding
There we
the
go.
pin.
No, that's wrong!
Diana, like, Jesus Christ, man, you had that one loaded.
There's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time. When the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator, Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Huh?
Oh man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet when all of a sudden we heard footsteps in the hallway. That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Nope. Not ringing any bells.
Actually.
Yeah, Jen and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Yep.
Huh? You did? Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Hey, Ava, back me up.
Ashamed to say I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things.
Cross trash. Weird thought Kai's VA could probably do a killer Sonic voice. I agree. Honestly, yeah. I definitely agree. Because when I was doing Kai's unvoiced lines, I was kind of leaning in a similar direction to the Sonic voice that I have, so.
However, since other people can attest to hearing them,
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running. Since everyone explored the closets in pairs, they all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So,
Considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
Hold up! So the killer had been right next to us?
Joy, that's a given.
huh? How are you so calm after hearing that? The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they did it, so I don't see what the problem is.
Literally, like, skill issue. I did not die.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
For the two who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
It was kinda... socky.
Saki.
As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Saki, huh? Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
Cause their footsteps were soft?
That seems like a leap in logic.
Girl. You're getting a little antsy there.
No, I get what she's saying.
No. Mark Wahlberg in The Happening. What? No.
Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
We already can find the killer, though.
What?
Oi, are you pulling our leg?
I'm completely
Yeah, I was just kidding.
serious.
Sorry, I just wanted to have a fun joke in the middle of the trial. My bad.
Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right. Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
Oh. Oh no. The only one here who can possibly be the killer is you. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Who's the student without an alibi?
It has to be.
Holy shit!
Diana, it's you, isn't it?
Huh? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi.
Oh my god.
Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
Damn.
Guys, if she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
Ava is like so quick. Yeah, we're roommates, but like, no offense. Damn, that's cold as shit.
Guys, what are you talking about? Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
The fact you weren't at the tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi.
Alright.
Right, Ava?
Oh? Huh?
You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cass set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
So much for an alibi then.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
Looks like some people here aren't willing to face the facts. That's not a problem. I'll make them face the facts. Whether they like it or not. Soon enough, nobody will be able to deny Diana killed Wolfgang. Let's see.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree? The killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
Dual-wielding weapons? Holy, this killer's next level.
That person's point is clearly impossible. They should realize as much if I point out that piece of evidence.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room,
No, we've still got a lot of evidence to go through that hasn't been used yet.
could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree? The killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
Dual-wielding weapons? Holy, this killer's next level.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we gotta roll back around.
Did we not already?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in...
No, that's wrong!
There we go.
No. The killer was only wielding the rolling pin. During their confrontation with Wolfgang, you can tell just from looking at the pin. There are 2 handprints wrapped around the edge, as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket. Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
Then, who held the knife?
It wasn't the killer, so it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room. Wolfgang Akire.
What the hell are you talking about? Wolfgang, carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you? Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game. At that point, it doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. He'd know better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find either.
Yeah.
Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process.
And then running off, yeah.
For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury.
I think I can already kind of see where this line of argument is going.
But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
Yeah, see, but girl, your talent...
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Of course, that also means a small cut will need bandaging, which I'm not seeing on you.
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there. If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view. After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
I got it.
Talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist, Diana could easily cover her wounds.
Damn.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
No. No. But
Wait. Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds? Oh crap. You guys know what this means, right guys? Diana basically just confessed!
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense though, doesn't it? Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang, which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see.
Yeah,
see now what you're saying.
literally, like, on one hand, yes, I am suspicious of her, but maybe let her finish talking first.
Diana, she lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him. And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her. How cruel!
Diana,
It wasn't me.
June Pop 45 with the $2. Stop the herd mentality challenge.
I promise, it wasn't me.
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the story?
Her side?
Well, you know, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
What does it matter what she says? Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer is.
Yeah, we're not even quite at the 2-hour mark yet. And they're pushing this real hard. I think my suspicions might be shifting. They might be shifting a little bit. I don't know. We'll see.
If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then do it after the vote. No. No, no!
Vote. That's right. We have to vote for the killer. Diana, I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the killer. I've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, so...
No. No. No.
Why is it that when I hear her cry, I get this strange, nagging feeling in my chest? Why does a tiny part of me want to believe the things she's saying? You see, I really don't... It's hard to say. It's hard to say who exactly my suspicions are shifting toward, but... And I don't want to jump the gun, but... Yeah, just take this with a grain of salt, alright? I could probably be wrong. But... I feel like... Ava jumped on that shit real fucking quick. And real fucking hard. That's all I'm saying. RBYMM with the $2. Damon having a Grinch moment. He has a heart now. And Atropos with the $2. Damon experiencing empathy for the first time. Wow. He's like, what is this? Grips his chest. Oh! What? No! Why all of a sudden do I doubt myself? She was the one who brought up Diana in the first place, too. No, yeah, exactly.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
Hold on.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
I'm looking at the pathos statements too, but I haven't seen one that I think looks good to use yet.
So badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Is Diana telling the truth? How is that possible when I already know the truth? It can't be possible. Not unless...
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
Yeah, because all of these are just very general, like, oh, what? No, it couldn't be right. Only if Wolfgang were here. If only Wolfgang were here, like...
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi...
I just, yeah, it's tough for me to see what exactly the pathos path here would be.
I wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler
Also, I
room.
actually can't remember what the... Yeah, okay, yeah, it is.
She killed him
The left trigger.
immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana?
Well, hold on.
Poor Wolfie was
What the... What? I hit the thing.
Wolfgang!
Was I remembering
You
the
don't have an
button
alibi.
wrong?
Then you obviously did.
Because it's not really copying any of them.
But I wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
Hold on. Just really hold it down. No.
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Oh, it has to be the correct one? I see. That's interesting. So I guess I was hitting the right button then. Time is almost up. I'm probably gonna run out of time.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Well, it's definitely
Then
not
she
that.
fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
I'm just
How
curious.
could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
Yeah, we're about to run out of time.
But I wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you?
Hey. I did try slowing down while I was trying to absorb it the first time.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie.
Yeah, like, I guess it's... You did the right one, but it didn't
I would
absorb.
never murder Wolfgang.
That's
If you
weird.
don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
It's not that one.
But I wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer,
I'm gonna be sick.
It's one of the more basic ones. I see.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime,
It's not that one then, I guess.
hoping the rest of us.
Ah ha 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 ha.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder.
no, that's wrong.
Alright.
We know that Diana got stabbed during her confrontation with Wolfgang. But that doesn't prove she's the culprit.
Wait. Huh?
If anything, what it should mean is that Diana was trying to get away from him as fast as possible.
Do you hear yourself right now?
He's lost his mind.
The stab wounds prove that Diana was in the same room as Wolfgang before his death. She's the killer.
I'm not. I'm not the killer.
Diana. Damn it. What's come over me? getting all mushy and making a fool of myself in front of everyone.
Sheesh, Damon. How are you going to say all this dramatic stuff about Diana being the killer, and then say the opposite 5 minutes later?
I mean, and to everybody else, it probably does look a little funny. I'm making a fool of myself. I'm making a fool of myself, and yet, when I think back on everything she's done. Just because they have different opinions doesn't mean they're bad people. They clearly want the same thing as the rest of us, right? They want to go home. So, I think it's okay to give them a chance. Yeah, that's right. We can make it through this. I wish I could speak as well as you, Wolfgang. I realize everyone's been acting tense around you and Ava, so I wanted to say hi and check that you're okay. Well, in any case, if you ever need someone to talk to, just come find me, alright? Diana was always thinking of me when no one else was. She knew how frustrated I felt about everything, about Wolfgang. Of course, she tried to play it off as some kind of casual interaction between friends, but she tried to help me without making it seem like I was someone who needed help. Could someone like her really have done what it takes to commit a murder? Really have what it takes to commit a murder? It doesn't make sense. Thinking Diana could kill another person. It doesn't make any logical sense.
Whatever. Who cares what this guy says? We finally know the killer. Let's cast our votes already.
I guess, if that's what everyone else is doing.
Remember, if you don't vote, you die. So none of you naysayers better get any smart...
Hey, Tozu.
Ideas?
Are you listening, Tozu? I need to ask a question.
Dude, what are you...
Hello, hello! It is I, Tozu, answerer of questions. You ask a question, I give an answer. Just common sense it is.
Answerer of questions. I thought you were a host.
I can be many things.
I am a host with an ascendant in question answering. A jack of all trades.
He is such a fucking theater kid to answer it like that. An ascendant in question answering. Shut the fuck up!
Anyway, Tozu, according to the regulations, everyone has to vote when a trial is over. My question is, when exactly can a trial be considered over?
Are we talking in a literal or philosophical sense?
I mean, does the trial end and the voting begin once we think we've solved the mystery? Or does the vote automatically start after a certain amount of time?
I see. All right, I'll humor your question. If you ask nicely.
Dude.
What?
Go on. Ask the question again.
Well, are you still gonna do it?
Tozu, can I please know the factors that decide whether a trial could be considered over?
Well, since you're so polite, I'd be a fool not to tell you. The truth is, the class trial will only end once I become bored with it.
You're joking.
Well, why didn't you say this sooner?
Come now, it's not like I wouldn't announce a warning in advance. Tick-tock, tick-tock. That's the sound of my internal clock losing patience. Let's start wrapping things up, shall we? I think we're long overdue for a vote. See? Smart, snappy, and to the point.
Sounds terrible.
What if you're still not bored, even when we think we've solved the case?
If that happened and all of you agreed to vote, what reason is there for me to say no?
So in that case, everyone must unanimously agree to vote before voting can be held.
Indeedy.
Alright. Then, since you haven't made any kind of warning, I take it you're not bored with the trial yet.
Not yet.
In that case, I don't agree to vote.
Damn, let's fucking go!
What? No way!
Are you seriously pushing back the vote?
I really like this direction. This is cool.
Not until I know who the real killer is.
It's obviously Diana. She's the only one without an alibi for the murder.
Okay, Ava. You gotta chill, because I am so suspicious of you right now.
Diana may not have an alibi, but even so, saying she's a murderer contradicts everything we know about her.
Since when?
Diana looked up to Wolfgang, and Wolfgang cared about her. But from the moment suspicion fell on Diana, she's been nothing but a nervous wreck. Does that really sound like someone with the emotional capacity to murder?
What's to say she's not faking it?
Even if she was, it'd be rash to commence a vote without hearing both sides of the story first.
You do make a good point.
We're not in a rush. I say we hear Diana out.
Yeah. I don't feel comfortable voting yet, until Diana shares her testimony.
Sure thing. I'm up for listening.
But...
Diana, I promise to keep an open mind if you tell me what happened.
I have to say, though, from Diana's end, it's probably gonna hurt a lot that everybody was so quick to be like, I can't believe I trusted you! I thought I knew you! But you're an evil villain!
Even if it's stressful to relive, until we have conclusive evidence to say otherwise, I'll hear you out.
I'm sorry. I'm really
Huh? Oh.
I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay. But all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die.
Oh, what?
It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession, or...?
No!
Huh?
I didn't kill Wolfgang. And I don't know who did. But I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
Damn. Now I feel a little bad for being so suspicious about her before. I mean, like, you know, I was taking it from a POV of somebody writing a story. Just kind of like thinking the way she was being set up was a very deliberately suspicious thing. But on one hand, I guess that could have been done purposefully to make me suspect her and then lead into that first part of the trial as well, so... Diana watched Wolfgang die?
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Yeah, we'll believe you no matter what you say.
And I mean, yeah, to that point, I guess several people in the chat are saying that they also suspected her. So I mean, like, I guess in that sense, to like this part of the trial, it's like it's very interesting that it kind of lines up with what several people in the audience's suspicions would be. So it kind of aligns you emotionally with what's going on right now. This is pretty good writing, I would say. RBYMM with the $5. Poor Diana, almost no one believes her. And Damon, I hate everybody Mitsu has to defend her. Imagine that. It's looking like Diana might actually be innocent. It's looking like that, but the nagging feeling in my chest still hasn't gone away. Damn it. What am I doing? Because of one girl. I've been doubting myself and jumping from one argument to another. If I can't piece together my own thoughts, how can I possibly piece together this case? I need to get a grip on myself. I need to keep sight of myself and the goal of this killer. Whatever's thrown at me next, I need to persevere. Because if I don't, if everyone else here votes wrong, I won't leave this place alive. Is this the trial intermission?
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy? Perhaps you need a short break.
Yeah.
Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself. Something like a nice cup of tea. Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time.
This is such a fun art style. I love this.
If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in gossip.
All right.
Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything? Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding absolutely nothing. Sheep cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music. Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain. No matter how hard sheep may try, they will never be anything more than their number tags. I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me. Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep who realize their fate but continue to challenge it all the same. That they can be so determined to prove their worth when humans have all but deemed them microwavable meals. Isn't that something admirable? What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided. It seems that's about all the time we have. Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea Time. No need for extravagant farewells. I've an inkling you'll be back for tea sooner than you can say Jack Robinson.
All right.
Who's Jack Robinson? I have no idea.
Dude.
Ta-ta!
Diana, now's your chance to defend yourself. Tell me what happened.
Where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was 'cause of a note.
Uh-huh.
A note?
2 days ago, someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because, well, I'll just read you what it said.
Diana, as you are aware, it is our obligation to speak with those whose blackmail we have obtained. After receiving your blackmail and reading the information disclosed in it, I believe a meeting between the two of us is warranted. In 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler room at 8:45 a.m. Make sure to arrive promptly and close the door behind you. To avoid discourse, do not show anyone this letter. Do not approach me about it either, even in private. There's always the chance someone can hear. Wolfgang. Interesting.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
Huh.
You're actually right. Even though Wolfgang's note has been water damaged.
So they were...
The words I can make out were in the same messy scroll as Diana's here.
This was definitely a setup. Then. They were definitely led to the same place to make it appear as though one had killed the other.
Then someone else was posing as Wolfgang?
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
Honestly, it's in some ways it's actually kind of similar to the setup for Trial 1 and DR1 with the nameplates and the note stuff going on with Leon and Sayaka. We're saying the dub name for your benefit, not for mine.
I didn't want to show this note earlier because I was scared of how people would try to twist it. Like saying I faked the note, or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet.
I heard you struggle to say the first names. Sorry! It's just, again, I played the games a long ass time ago, so I'm just not used to the localization.
I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am stupid.
Oh, come on.
I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang in case he really did write the note. Which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No, it was just me. I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit, but I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me, since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark, so the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after that, I finally saw him.
Ooh. He is not looking good.
Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even noticed me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet. Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
Huh?
I can't believe it. I really am finally meeting you.
What do you mean?
Please, forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you.
What?
I will always be a failure.
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look, there's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me. But, okay. I'll get closer to you then. I went over to the ledge of the platform, the part where the fence had a gap. Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over, and he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do, because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer. And I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together, all right? I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow... somehow I didn't think to react.
Oh no.
When he reached inside his blazer.
Bring her back. Bring her back!
Holy shit.
tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself with. And that's when I saw the gun.
The taser gun?
Oh, hi, Snowy. Really great work that you've been doing here.
Did you use it?
I took the taser, and I aimed it at Wolfgang, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot him.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, girl.
I just backed away from him. I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked? Why can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up until everyone knows me as...
All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me.
Oh.
Except Wolfgang.
Oh, that frame. This art is fucking gorgeous, dude. Holy shit.
In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then, so did everything else. Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it. His body cracking against the pavement, and his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain, for him to groan or mumble or say something. But there was nothing. There was just me and the silence. That's how it happened.
God damn.
What the fuck?
That man attacked you?
Oh my goodness, Diana, I'm at a loss for words.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
But why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
Despite how hard I tried, and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. Why would Wolfgang say those words in that particular moment?
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I got out the bag and dug one out.
Hey!
To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error. Just minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors. That's like hitting a bullseye blindfolded.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs. So that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The lock is normally on the inside too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. As for why the killer locked the door to begin with...
It was to frame Diana, right?
Right. The killer made Diana trap herself inside the boiler room, so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her, and force her to remain by his body. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room. By which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
Yep.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which, Diana, I'm curious to know, did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
It sort of happened at the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark. So I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it. And stayed as quiet as possible. I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut though. And some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
Ah.
Hence the blood on the underground floor! It's all coming together!
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's projection as my light.
Jesus Christ.
I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a second.
Reaching into her makeup bag, Diana pulled out a wipe and began scrubbing at her arm.
I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
Holy crap! That's awful!
It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
Like, there was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room!
I don't believe John meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang literally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters. Or the feeling of being tortured.
June Pop 45 with the $2. Jean, that man was tripping balls.
If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now what the heck is going on at sea?
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
Substance-induced?
Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
Seems very deliberate. Aye. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again. So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
Oh no! Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
Yeah, the pharmacy.
The pharmacy, obviously. Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang. Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true! I can't trust any of you guys! And don't say Wolfgang drugged himself! Who wants to be tortured by demons?
Well, stranger people do exist.
Okay.
That's rich coming from you!
It's just as I predicted. Exploring the pharmacy ended up paving the way for murder. Should I have made more of an attempt to stop people from exploring? Back then, all I did was... With cautious yet determined expressions, the students entered the newly opened pharmacy. Giving everyone unrestricted access to medications sounded like a disaster in the making. But having already evoked the group's ire after speaking my mind before, I wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. I'll just stay quiet. Let them do their thing. Then again, nobody would have listened to me. Especially not with Wolfgang in control.
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they did the drugging.
Agreed. It would help us better understand the timeline of events, and potentially even validate Diana's testimony.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me.
Door slamming?
I'm the kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment I meet them. If you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
Go ahead, man.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
No, please. By all means. Let him say what he's gonna say.
Just you wait! The second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words!
Pinning down how Wolfgang was drugged may validate Diana's testimony. The question is, how did the killer drug him?
I bet the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
Hold on. Hold on.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug you don't need to eat?
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I know what to do here.
I bet the killer took a pill.
Jab him.
Got it.
When Wolfgang's wounds were discussed earlier, it was mentioned he had a tiny red dot below the bruise on his neck. During the investigation, I thought this dot was a scab from a mole or pimple. But knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
Considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out. If Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m., then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes. Any normal pill would have taken, probably an hour to dissolve.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
Oh, that's actually a pretty interesting note.
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious. It would have been incredibly difficult to inject him if he was still moving around. Only when they had him right where they wanted, dazed and unable to fight back, did they plunge the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogenic.
But if this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Because everybody's got an alibi for that time. I mean, Damon and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
I left Wolfgang's dorm right after the morning announcement and spent the rest of the hour with Sean.
When Nona and I were in our dorm room together.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
And, I stayed in my dorm room until 8:40 a.m.
Oh no. If everyone can be accounted for, we really can't discern a suspect.
So, we're back to square one?
Someone here must be lying.
And doesn't plan to stop.
What's screwing us over here? Is there a part of this mystery we're getting wrong? Or could it be we're overlooking something? It was ruled out as having no relation to the murder because the wires don't touch the water. But the position of it, the fact it's destroyed, the timing of the blackout. One coincidence is easy to wave off, but when it's coincidence after coincidence after coincidence, then there's something more going on. There's something more to the generator.
If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., is it possible the killer never actually attacked Wolfie at that time? But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead. Which we, as a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic. Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
Oh, okay, they're not gonna replay the voice line. I see. I won't give up until everyone knows me as... All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me, except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then, so did everything else.
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding, with the darkness afterwards being the blackout. Think about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Oi, didn't we go over this already? We did. The generator has nothing to do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
Indeed. Which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
Ava, you're very insistent about this.
Diana said she never used the taser, though.
She's lying!
What? That's not true! I never fired the gun!
It's all good. I believe you. Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired. What can be disputed, though, is when it got fired. I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like, sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for
What? So the taser gun isn't the murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator, what other options are we left with?
Well...
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense. The murder weapon can't be anything else.
About that. The true murder weapon. Is it possible there's a third source of electricity we haven't considered yet? Am I grasping at straws by thinking something like that?
And anyway, the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own word.
Huh?
Ava! What do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial. The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself. The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by.
RBYMM with the $5. I still don't understand how they convinced themselves the taser gun was the murder weapon. Like, it's a taser, guys. How could it do that to someone?
Because if she did write them, everything about her entering the boiler room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then we're stuck with the issue we had last time. Why did Diana wait over an hour to kill him?
That's also circumstantial. None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter.
Well,
if Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that info in mind.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be.
You are really talking too much right now, girl. Most covert place? Her words do make sense. After all, I chose to meet Tozu in the boiler room for that very same reason.
Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun. But where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
The answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
What?
Didn't we already talk about that?
All you guys did was discuss theories, never anything concrete. Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
So we have to figure out what destroyed the generator? What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
Oakley dokley.
Okay, Flanders.
Alright, everyone. Let's put our thinking hats on. If we work together, we'll unravel this mystery for sure. Ready? On your marks, get set, go! Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the taser was involved.
In that case, the generator blew up after Wolfie got shot with the taser.
Such a dastardly taser, leaving so many victims in its wake.
No, I'm long past the point of falling for this surface level division. In reality, the truth is floating just within reach.
Why did the generator blow up?
Okay, let's see.
Is this the best situation? To be waiting stuff off as a coincidence? Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode? Perhaps it's the fault of the taser
gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the was involved.
No, okay.
That's not significant enough proof.
Damn it. I'm approaching this from the wrong angle.
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
Let me get the description of this one again. Wait, guys. Okay, weird.
coincidence?
Is this the best situation?
The waiting stuff off is a coincidence? Did the killer throw something at the generator? That made it explode? Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop. Probably.
There's no
Got it.
No, that's wrong!
Unfortunately, Ava, I have to disagree. You say nothing but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's one possibility you didn't consider. The shrapnel in the water.
You mean those bits of red metal which were floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion. Due to their proximity to the generator, it's safe to assume the two are connected.
Can't that just be debris left by the generator?
Except this debris is a completely different color and lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else, which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
I'm floating near it. Was another out-of-place item. Yes.
This is it. In the water was also an extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
Huh? Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
Seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the wrong time.
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside Storage Closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely in the wrong place.
Storage Closet D, huh?
And I feel like before this, I mean, obviously people explored the storage closets near, like, around after the murder. But before this, the only person who really explored the downstairs that extensively, to my knowledge, would have been Ava.
It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closets. But I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind the shelf.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
The hell did they need an extension cord for?
Probably something involving the generator, given its proximity to the cord.
Same thing with the red bits, even though we don't know what they are.
Right. The red shrapnel. It definitely isn't debris left by the generator. So, what exactly is it? So far, nothing in the boiler room can be directly tied to the shrapnel. At least, not any of the clues that have already been discussed in this trial. If I were to flip my thinking and consider the clues we haven't discussed yet, there's no proof of what I have in my mind is related to the shrapnel, but when all other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one that hasn't. The one thing the mysterious shrapnel might be related to. Okay, let's see. I mean, huh. I guess... I don't know. I feel like that's a strange answer to present for this, but I can't think of many other things that it would be. I don't know that I'm necessarily confident with this answer, but...
This is it.
Okay. Okay.
Hold that thought. We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues.
Alright.
During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice, but when I did, well, the best way to describe the scent would be if you mix cereal and alcohol together.
Atropos with the $2. It's time for my favorite clue. My breakfast. Hold on, everybody. I haven't eaten today. Let me eat my Frosted Flakes and my brain will be in working order for the rest of this trial. Break time.
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
Mm-hmm. 'Tis a sign a chemical reaction was at play.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal. Or I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
I think at the end of this stream, we will at least like talk a little bit about the future of the game and kind of speculate a little bit. But yeah, it won't be the same as the theory corners for stuff like Umineko or Higurashi necessarily.
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
Considering the state of it, that generator would smell more burnt than anything else.
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator or the taser gun, we need to consider the possibility that the explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us, the shrapnel.
Can someone translate this into less complicated talk?
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
I know it sounds like a stretch. If you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered.
Literally, Gray's just like, he's doing the Reddit debate thing. He could have said it simpler, but he didn't because he likes to sound smart.
Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes... When we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely caught my eye, but I don't see one written here.
I got lots of metallic objects in the dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just big old slabs of metal.
Big old slabs of metal. Why does that sound so familiar? Oh no! Oh no! Hold on. That's right. What Ingrid said just now is similar to what she said the night everyone began bunking together. I guess this would explain my room too. It's littered with all sorts of fancy tools and metals. At the time, people were talking about their dorm rooms being themed around their talents. Could it be? Could the shrapnel actually be the remnants? Of the unique device that guy boasted about having in his room? The only way to know for sure is to put you on the spot. Oh my god. Give me your car battery!
Jet, I need to ask you something.
What's up?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Sure thing. I got a pretty gnarly collection of parts and accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels, spare brakes, you name it. Oh! I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning speedster.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
I don't think he's the killer, though. I think whoever it was took it from him, probably. That's my guess, anyway.
Cool. So, why'd you want to know? Unless... Wait, I'm not being suspected, am I?
Because, no offense, I mean, I love this boy. I love this boy so much, but, I don't think he's smart enough for this plan.
No. Don't try to roll me into this, bro. I've got nothing to do with the murder.
I know you don't. You have an alibi. The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
What?
I see. A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
And lithium? That's an explosive substance. If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion, though?
I did.
Really?
During the tournament. Right before we lost power.
Oi, that's right. That was a burn.
Wait! I remember hearing it too!
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet, were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe?
You don't know for sure?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging. The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries? Yeah, I got nothing.
So it can't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Pretty much.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think, once we know that, we can decide whether or not the battery is relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with, but it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like. All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water. It must have went straight into poor Wolfie.
There's warning labels on the battery for a reason.
Okay. If the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery would have entered the water only seconds before the generator exploded.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. The vent was right there. Wasn't it like literally in the corner where she was fucking standing?
That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony, when the explosion happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the battery into the water?
Huh. Good point. We can roll out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student.
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room. So unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery,
No.
then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
You're too overeager.
I didn't throw the battery. I promise.
The shrapnel and generator are too close for comfort. They must be correlated. I'll admit that Diana throwing the battery is a possibility, but that's all it is, a possibility. There may still be another way for the battery to enter the water, and until I've ruled that out, I won't settle for a culprit just yet.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Okay, girl.
You know, batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Hold on. What's the description on... Wait, I scrolled past it. Yeah, what's the description on this? No internal plug, only a frayed tip lined with black substance. Collection of similar looking extension cords are discovered in sword closet D.
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
For the record, this is the non-stop debate that took me an hour to get past. The hole in the logic was so hard to pin down. Damn. Everybody's quick to say the battery was thrown, but what I consider the boiler room and which objects the killer could have leveraged, what that person considers impossible, starts to sound anything but.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to me.
Yeah, I do think it is Toshiko's statement, but I'm unsure if this is necessarily the correct piece of evidence.
My arm had been...
I'll try it, but I'm not totally sold on it. Nope.
Now is not the time for joke.
Wasn't meant to be one.
The battery is related
Okay,
to the
so
case.
I do still think it's maybe that statement, but I don't think it was that piece of
arm had been
evidence.
cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
I'm looking at the other statements and... Or I mean, the other bullets, rather.
Something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon...
Hold on. Please. Okay.
Why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the
Hold
battery
up.
would have landed in the water.
Where is the highlight? Thank you. Wait. I don't know. Well, I got two
A
guesses.
few inches from the
I'm gonna try this one first. But yeah, the bomb went off inside the machine is also another one that has me kind of raising a brow.
Only Diana could...
My arm had...
Okay, hold on. Try that. No, okay, it's not that.
If the battery is
So then,
related to the case, only
it probably
Diana
has to
could-
be this. Come on. There we go.
No, that's wrong!
No. The battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
What makes you say that?
The shrapnel's position in front of the generator suggests there's a correlation between the two. However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator. Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, will need to stand on the platform's edge to make the shot, which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of? Except the generator.
Are you saying the battery was sitting on top of the generator?
Not on top, but maybe. I don't know. I mean,
I got it.
okay. All of those sounded kind of similar to each other, except for the first one, but...
The generator.
Suspended over.
If the battery was suspended by doing something, then the presence of that item starts to make a lot more sense. Ah, well then.
This is it. The killer could have tied the extension cord around the battery and slung the battery over the generator. If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, it would explain why half of the cord had been burned away.
The more you explain it, the more unbelievable it sounds.
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe it.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than leaving it out. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana, because her arm was bleeding.
Right. It wouldn't benefit Diana to hold the cord. So, what if she didn't? Something else may have been supporting the cord instead.
Something like... No. Okay.
It wasn't me.
Not that.
Promise.
I don't think it was Wolfgang.
I got it.
So, yeah. Okay.
Throughout this trial, we've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another. If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord. But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh, my head's starting to spin.
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
Something to keep the cord in place. If I imagine the cord and the battery it's tied around, in front of the generator, in the same spot where the shrapnel has surfaced. I mean, I actually don't know what that's pointing at specifically.
They managed to sling something over the generator.
Yeah, that is not what I meant. I did not mean to point to boxes.
I guess it could work if you put the box on top of the generator.
Because that's not an eyesore.
Considering the generator's size, I doubt there'd be enough space for a box to fit. If there was, the box in question would still be up there right now.
I mean, I guess it could be the vent.
This is it.
Yes!
The killer tied the cord to the vent.
What vent?
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining hall.
At first I was just kind of thinking generally of like pipes, but yeah, that makes more sense.
There's a vent above the generator?
You should remember sunlight shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is. The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you probably assumed the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin, or...?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft. I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
And yeah, they both looked at it together.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Ava helped me reach the vent.
By?
Letting me sit on her shoulders.
Quite the visual.
Don't rub it in.
Anyway, if the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent, and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as opposed to the average cord's 2 meters. 9 meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
Not necessarily. The killer can have greatly reduced the length of the cord by doing that. Yep. Or no.
Using what exactly?
The scissors? That's what anyone would use, right?
And where exactly did these scissors come from?
Could have been the storage closets. They're packed with tons of stuff, so...
Well, I've been through those closets twice now, and I never saw scissors.
Not even pliers?
I didn't see pliers either.
Just bite it. Just eat it.
Could the cord have been cut with Wolfie's knife?
You believe the victim set up the murder trap?
So this whole thing was a suicide mission?
That's definitely not the case. Okay, well then... I don't know about that, but... Well...
I got it.
Yeah, okay.
The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy.
Oh, alright. Okay, I guess I just wasn't really thinking about the relative size of the battery compared to the cord like that.
If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining. Which is a good thing, because this spare cord is what the battery will be suspended by.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't necessarily thinking of it like that.
So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the battery will sit safely above the water.
This is a lot of setup.
Yeah, so much effort.
Agreed. How do you even submerge the battery into the water under those circumstances?
How? Simple. By adjusting the cord's position. All the killer would need to utilize is a certain aspect of the boiler room. A certain aspect of the boiler room. That's a bit, yeah, that's a bit strange. It's not the fucking boxes, I don't think. I mean, Jesus, I don't know. Yeah, no, it's not, yeah. But what? This is so...
This is it.
Okay, it's just the vent again. I didn't think they would do the vent twice in a row, but...
A close look after originally waking up in the boiler room. Part of my inspection included opening the vent to get a better look at the other side.
The vent can be opened?
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed. In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it. If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we end up with a pulley system.
Ah.
To prevent the battery from entering the water, the vent is literally pulling the entire cord backwards. Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place, but the vent itself. Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move.
Wrapping my fingers around the grate directly in front of me, I pulled as hard as I could.
A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one, which is great for the killer. because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water. If they close the vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water. When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components, which in turn causes electricity to pass directly into the body of Wolfgang, who is standing in the water.
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
The boiler room vent.
Funny. Earlier, you said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room, since we know there were only ever 2 people in that room, how would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent? Like you said, there's a separate vent in front of it.
Huh. She has a point. I've been assuming the cord is tied to the boiler room vent, but I failed to consider the ventilation shaft. It becomes considerably harder to reach the boiler room vent if you have to reach down that shaft first. Not just that, I never tested to see if the boiler room vent can open inwards. I only got it to open outwards. By that logic, a vent on the opposite side of the shaft.
This could only mean one thing. The killer never tied the cord to the boiler room vent. They tied the cord to the dining hall vent.
That just creates the same problem as before, but reversed. Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent, it's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
While the vents may seem like an obstruction, especially since they can't be opened all the way, there's a very easy workaround. All the killer needs to do is fit the extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Oh yeah, the grates. You mentioned something about them earlier. Right. When you described opening the boiler room vent.
Wrapping my finger around the grate directly in front of me, I pulled as hard as I could.
If you can fit your fingers between the grates, there's no damn way you can't fit a cord.
Exactly. After which, you can slide the cord through the ventilation shaft.
God, this is this is so complex, especially for a first case. Wow.
For the killer to then go and tie to the...
Actually...
Yes, actually... No!
Hello?
What is it now?
There's something I still don't understand about your theory. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
We're back to discussing this again? Never mind. I'll find a way to combat his argument. Just like I've done countless times already. Alright, time for this again.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because they could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
His argument might have made sense if it weren't for one fatal flaw. I'm actually a little stuck on this one. And I'm a little hesitant to just gun right for it because of the control issue. I don't want to fuck myself up.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate. Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
Have to read the description. This argument might have sense, blah blah blah. Interesting.
Indoor extension cords may be thin.
Yeah, let's see. Interesting.
But the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate?
Yeah, just gotta find the right
boiler room
statement.
vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
Oh shit. Fuck. I'm dumb!
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Okay. Oh my god. MASH.
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because it could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved,
Yeah,
or it was open at some point.
I don't know if I'm overthinking that piece of evidence there, but his point doesn't seem to me like it is actually contradicted by the cord thing. Like, I don't know. You tell me. Am I overthinking that? Habaki Gaming with the $2. Thank you, Marcy, for failing on purpose to explore text. Yeah, that's definitely what I was doing. Yes. Why would you need to fit both ends? Kind of. I don't know. Okay.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue. Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't.
I'll cut through
Okay.
those words.
Sure. It's that then. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna have to see how they explain that one, because that one definitely tripped me
If
up.
you insert the cord through the boiler room vent first, it's possible to fit the cord through. You just need to start with the internal plug. The cords in storage closet D have a slim internal end. This can easily be slid through the gaps in the vent. Once the killer ties the cord around the dining hall vent, presumably with a knot, the cord won't be at risk of sliding back out either.
Okay.
I see. When put like that, whether or not the boiler room vent was closed isn't really relevant.
How'd you figure all this out from some shrapnel and an extension cord? This is crazy.
At the same time, what he's describing sounds plausible.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, I kind of agree with Everett on this one. I don't think there necessarily had to be a discussion about this particular of a point.
Since the battery was suspended over the generator, it's no surprise the machine ended up the way it did. Fortunately for Diana, she was safe by virtue of remaining on the platform. I imagine that was also the killer's intention.
The killer kept her on the platform?
They must have known they were injecting Wolfgang with a hallucinogenic. So, it's possible they hoped his behavior would scare Diana off from entering the water. Although, even if Diana did die, the moment people realized only she and Wolfgang entered the boiler room, they probably call the whole thing a murder gone wrong.
Well, all of this certainly changes things.
Huh?
If the killer is someone who needed access to the vent, and needed to be operating from the dining hall, then everyone who attended the tournament is a suspect.
Yep.
What?
No way!
One of the tournament attendees is the killer? Damn it. How did I not realize sooner? The fact the killer could even access the vent means they must have been in the dining hall at the time of Wolfgang's murder.
So we can reduce it down to 8 people. Damon, Kai, Grace, Eva, Cassidy, Jet, Mark, and John.
Yep.
It was probably Cassidy. She set the whole thing up.
Hey, I was only trying to improve the mood.
It wasn't me. I was playing a game with Damon when the lights went out.
I had to play music.
Me too.
You never touched my equipment.
I meant I was watching Kai and Damon play.
I was spectating
Yeah.
as well.
I don't know about that, girl.
Me too.
Me 3. And Cass 2, I think? I was too focused on the game to remember who was or wasn't there.
If everyone's telling the truth, then all 8 of y'all were crowded round the same spot?
Near the right wall where the TV was set up. It's also the furthest wall from the vent.
Seems like someone is lying again.
The tournament participant who flipped the vent. I could deduce who that person is by determining everyone's positions directly before the blackout. The problem is, I myself have been totally preoccupied with the game. I never got a good look at the actual people around me. Never got a good look. Wait, is that it? While I never got a good look at the others, I can still deduce their general positions, and if they were near me, from whether or not I heard them. Think, Damon, think! Who and what did I hear back then? It was you. The only person I never heard was you. Alright, let's go for it. Salute.
It has to be.
Fuck! Damn it! Damn it! I really was hoping that it wasn't you, girl. But, c'est la vie. It's fucking over now. It's fucking over now.
The killer is Ava.
Huh?
Ava's the only one whose position I can't account for. Mark was mixing a track at the time Kai and I were playing a game, so I know he must have been stationed at his pad. And everyone else? I remember hearing their voices over the sound of the game. Everyone, except Ava. In fact, last I saw her, she was standing in the corner of the room with the vent.
Sorry, I was loud. I didn't mean to be.
Oh man! And the reason no one heard it is because the music was too loud!
Don't blame me. I was just doing what I was told.
No one's blaming you. We're all in on Eva.
Care to contribute anything, Eva?
I didn't flip the vent.
Well, Damon says you did.
Damon says a lot of things.
While you aren't technically wrong, I don't think that counts as an argument.
His theory is full of plot holes. He just refuses to point them out.
What? Plot holes?
June Pop 45 with the $5. It's so Ave over. We're not immune to our Blorbos dying.
The cord.
What?
In retrospect, you were so quick to accuse me that you overlooked a huge problem with the cord. If I'm the killer, how did I dispose of it?
Trick question. You left the cord tied to the vent.
What then? It unraveled by itself and fell into the water?
Yeah, you got me there.
How did Ava get rid of the cord? I'm sure it's possible, if she knew to untie it at the right time. Kirby Superstar 44 with the $5. Yeah, when I noticed that Ava wasn't in the gaming CG and she was acting nervous around Wolfgang's body compared to the dummy, I knew she was it.
You untied the cord.
Oh, whoops.
Someone would have noticed me fiddling with...
I got it. To dispose of the cord, you just untied it during the blackout.
She untied the knot during a blackout?
Being the one who set up the trap, Ava could have easily practiced untying the knot in advance. Or she just made it a really simple knot.
Actually, I should probably save. I haven't saved at all so far, so I should probably do that.
Either way, it wouldn't be any more difficult than untying your shoelaces with your eyes closed.
If Ava untied the cord, did it also fall into the water?
Diana's testimony says as much.
It does?
During your confrontation with Wolfgang, you recounted hearing certain sounds.
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up until I'm known as... All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me, except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then, so did everything else.
The first sound was obviously the battery exploding.
Ah, right.
Second, when you first recounted the story, you said it was the sound of the knife hitting the water. But why would a thin knife make such a big splash?
Then, do you think...
What really caused that sound was probably the extension cord falling into the water.
Uh-huh.
When you say it that way, it does seem likelier.
I should have known. The kid who lied about her talents and tried to lie about the Terzi trinkets. I should have known.
Also, yeah, I was kind of thinking about the same thing, Olive, earlier, but I didn't want to say it right off the bat in case I was wrong, but...
I should have known only Eva fucking Sadaka would tell Wolfgang!
You're right that Eva's lied to us several times already.
But she's just a mathlete. How did someone like her come up with something this complicated?
Her talent would give her the upper hand in all that measurement nonsense.
Even so, the sheer volume of items Eva had to steal. She's been under heavy suspicion these past few days. How did she sneak into Jet and Desmond's rooms without being noticed?
It's impossible. Wolfgang even got mad at me for being late to the dining hall by a few minutes. I've been watched the entire time I've been here. There's no way Jet wouldn't have noticed me taking his battery.
Right on. No one steals from me.
They already did.
And anyway, how could I enter the cord through the boiler room vent when I can't even reach the top of the generator? If anything, you should be suspicious of the taller students.
I understand why people are doubtful, but I can't let the conversation continue like this. Eva did in fact have a way to reach the vent. All she had to use...
Ava grabbed one of the boxes on the concrete platform and placed it next to the generator.
That's setting myself up. Removing a box would reduce the amount of boxes on the platform from 3 to 2.
Oh,
Flexing
well.
your mathematical prowess, I see.
I'm saying Damon would have noticed if a box was missing, since there's so few of them to start with.
I mean, could you not just put it back?
But he never noticed anything, because there were just as many boxes as there were last time.
Couldn't you just move the box back after using it?
Then the underside of the box would be wet, which it wasn't.
Well,
This I can confirm. My notes on the box's
Fair enough.
exteriors mention nothing about watermarks.
the boxes killed him. Well, we can just continue, it's fine. Okay, so, then it wasn't the boxes. What is this? Yeah, what am I looking at over here? What is this observation?
This is it.
Okay.
Ava, to reach the top of the generator, you simply stood on one of the boxes in the boiler.
Wait, what?
There's already a huge pile of them near the generator itself. You could easily push one up against the machine.
Oh, okay, the ones that were already in the water, I guess.
Since she explored the boiler room with you ahead of time.
Okay, I could have used the boxes to reach the top of the generator. And I could have fit the cord through both vents if I inserted the right plug. I can do both of those things without attracting suspicion. What I can't do without attracting suspicion is opening the vent.
Which vent are we talking about?
The dining hall one. Based on what Damon's saying, it needs to be opened for the killer's trap to work. But opening it during the tournament is asking to be caught, and opening it before the tournament is useless because Jet, Cassidy, and Mark would see it while setting up.
Oh yeah, you're right. If there was an open vent with a cord tied to it, I would have noticed for sure.
Now that Eva mentions it, I'm pretty sure the vent was closed during setup.
The vent was closed?
See, there's no way I can execute this trap without being caught. It's a stupid trap anyway. All the cord and vent stuff is too complicated. There's a billion ways it could go wrong.
Yeah, but the math.
Damon's just making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What the? That's bullshit.
Can it, you four-eyed troll? You can't talk your way out of this one.
Shit.
The only person who would be sick-minded enough to kill Wolfgang is you, and only you.
RBYMM with the $5. When I saw the BDA, my mind immediately jumped to she somehow made a mechanism with the vent, because that's what I thought made the most sense narratively.
Don't you fucking try and tell me otherwise!
Alright, let's see.
You can't
Oh
say
yeah, the
I'm
doorknob hasn't come
murderer
up
just
yet.
because I sat near a vent.
I don't know that this is
Seems
going to be
pretty good
relevant to
evidence to
this,
me.
but...
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord, with a special knot which can untie by itself, after a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament, and now you're saying I'm a killer.
Never mind what was said before. Focus on the facts. I just need to focus.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
Seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
This one you need a good memory for. Isamitsun with the $2. No, Grace. Damon is the snake. Pay more attention. I don't think it has anything to do with the knob, but... Fuck, this one's tough.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord, with a special knot which can untie by itself after a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament, and now you're saying I'm a killer.
I mean... I don't know if that kind of technicality would be right.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I...
I'll try it, but I'm not super confident in this answer, necessarily.
No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to...
There we go. Okay. I wasn't that confident in that one, but
No.
guess I got it right.
It's no coincidence you were at the game tournament. In fact, it's not even a coincidence the tournament took place during the murder.
What do you mean?
It was impossible for me to notice this earlier, but the killer timed the tournament so it would grant them an alibi for the murder.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Are you accusing me of murder again?
Yeah.
I thought you said Ava was the culprit.
The detective isn't supposed to switch suspects in the last stretch like this. We're totally throwing the audience for a loop, and not in a good way.
Except neither of you played a role in determining what time the tournament would be held.
Yeah.
The only person to determine that...
It was Ava that suggested the time, right? When I was training my talent, I did most of my studying at 9 a.m. Yeah, that's right! The brain is the most active and ready to absorb information around that time. I think this effect could help our video game skills. At 9 a.m. a 9 a.m. tourney, huh? Wouldn't be the first time. Screw it! Let's do 9 a.m. 1 hour after the morning announcement.
Ava knew she would be in the dining hall tomorrow. So when Cassidy announced the tournament, she realized it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create an alibi for herself.
That's insane. How could she have come up with something like that on the spot?
Because she's an athlete.
It wasn't just for an alibi either. Since Ava knew about the tournament, she could time the setup of her trap accordingly.
So to answer her question of why neither Cassidy, Jet, nor Mark noticed the open vent, when I think back on what Cassidy told me earlier today, before the tournament began, I can discern exactly when Ava opened the vent.
Ava opened the vent after Mark.
Someone would see her opening.
I got it.
Cassidy, you told me Ava approached you yesterday and asked to help set up the tournament. What exactly did she say?
When did I tell you this again?
I kind of forgot about the furniture moving around stuff, to be honest.
Before the tournament?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Eva wanted to see what sort of equipment the tournament needed. After I showed her Mark's stuff and told her we were redecorating the dining hall, she offered to help.
Back when this conversation happened, you still hadn't decided what time you were going to start redecorating, right?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Eva really helped me out, though. She said she would stack the dining hall furniture we weren't going to use later that night.
Yeah.
Afterwards, we could focus purely on arranging the technical stuff in the morning.
All right. Then tell me what happened last night.
Jet, Mark, Eva, and I came to the dining hall at around 8:40 p.m. probably. We stacked the table and the dining chairs against the left wall, and the sofas we moved to the middle of the room, maybe a little more to the right. Then we all went back to our dorms. Well, I was kind of hungry, so I stayed back a few minutes before leaving.
Hold the phone. If those sofa chairs were moved to the middle of the room, why did I see one over in the corner this morning?
Because Eva pushed it there.
Eva what?
Oh my god.
She didn't want to take part in the tournament. Just watch it from the side. That's what she told me.
Uh-huh.
I never thought it was weird or anything. Some people just like sticking to the walls of rooms, you know?
We're talking about the sofa in the upper left corner, aye? The one next to the coffee table.
Yes, sir, Eva!
Yo, when the power went out, I'm pretty sure Damon ran over to that corner to look through... Yeah, a vent!
Did she move the chair there so it would be easier to reach the vent later?
Uh-huh.
Why would I when Cassidy just said the vent was closed during setup?
Because you were covering for yourself in advance.
Huh?
The vent may not have been open at the time, but I'm willing to bet that's because you were still creating a trap.
In what way?
Let's say Ava took a detour for the boiler room first, and slid the internal plug through both vents, after going upstairs and helping rearrange the dining hall furniture, during which she moves a sofa chair so it obscures the vent. She heads outside and hides until everyone else goes to bed. Then, she walks back in and opens the vent.
So Eva took complete advantage of them?
Not my fault those two are so trusting.
You think a big guy like me was gonna be afraid of some mathlete? No way!
I mean, she did lie about a lot of important things. Her talent being one of them.
She also cried and fled the scene after we found out, no?
I just thought it was cool. She wanted to help me out.
Hey, can we backtrack a little? Like, to before all this Ava talk?
Why? What happened?
It's to do with the chair's position.
The chair?
You guys keep saying it was in front of the vent, but Damon stood in front of the vent during the blackout. If the chair was in the position you all say it was, it should have blocked him from crouching in front of the vent.
Ava probably just moved it during the blackout.
Eh?
Before the blackout, it was positioned with its back to the left wall. However, when I ran over to the vent, the chair was suddenly pushed up against the northern wall, out of the vent's range.
Yeah.
Ava must have shifted the chair while everyone was initially panicking from the blackout. I'm guessing she hoped people would misremember its position and think it was always along the northern wall.
Oh, man! So I totally fell for it?
I also remember seeing a speaker in that corner.
Yeah, about that. This morning, Jet, Mark, and I arrived at the dining hall a little after 8 a.m., then Eva came a few minutes later. She helped us put together Mark's equipment, which was stationed in the lower right corner of the room. And then she volunteered to place speakers around the room while Jet and I set up the TV next to the fireplace.
Moving a speaker near the vent. Did Eva do that to drown out Diana and Wolfgang's scuffle?
Damn.
Yeah, and in turn exacerbate the effects of the other speakers. There were almost a dozen spread throughout the dining hall, some even sandwiched into corners they didn't need to be. Eva probably placed them that way to cover as much ground as possible.
Still, Eva entered the dining hall at 8:10 a.m., right? So, wouldn't it be impossible for her to knock out Lawyer Man at 8:15 a.m.?
According to Ava, she arrived around 8:10 a.m. But it's possible she actually arrived much later. Since there's no clock in the dining hall, he just couldn't have known. In fact, that might be why Ava seemed so eager to arrange Mark's equipment in the morning. Upon realizing it had a clock, she wanted to ensure it would only be powered on after she arrived.
It seems the setup of this trap occurred across 3 phases. Phase 1 took place in the boiler room and involved tying a lithium battery to an extension cord. The cord was then slid through the grates of the closed boiler room vent, presumably until it almost poked out the other end of the ventilation shaft. Phase 2, by contrast, was carried out in the dining hall. The aforementioned cord was tied around the dining hall vent, which was then left open. This must have happened after Cassidy, Mark, and Jet were already done redecorating. For the third and final phase, the battery was carefully suspended over the generator. All these steps combined created a pulley system, which could only be triggered by closing the dining hall vent. Is there anything I'm missing?
How I closed the vent.
Huh?
No one has explained how I closed the dining hall vent. Obviously, I didn't do it during the blackout. According to Damon, the blackout can only happen after the vent is closed. So, I must have stood up, gone behind the chair, and closed the vent during the tournament. That's stupid. Someone is definitely going to notice that sort of conspicuous movement.
I just love the very blunt honesty of that's stupid.
It doesn't matter if that someone is on the opposite side of the room. They're going to notice.
How did we overlook such an obvious discrepancy?
Ava's right. Standing up would look really suspicious. Which is exactly why she used that to circumvent the problem. Eh? What? Huh? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, what is this? It's the TV, right? No.
The tournament equipment is innocent. It was on the other side of the room from Eva.
That's such a weird thing, though. I mean, I don't...
This is it.
Okay. I didn't think it would be the chair, but...
The location of your chair bypasses this problem entirely. To close the vent, all you need to do is set the chair to recline.
Oh, okay.
Behind you.
That's... Fair enough.
Set the chair to recline?
I was just kind of figuring it's like, oh, while everybody was distracted with the game, I could have just stood up while they weren't looking, but, you know.
All the dining hall chairs have the ability to recline. Some were already set to that position at the start of the tournament, including Ava's. With her chair in recline, Ava can easily reach down and close the vent without shifting from her position. It's not
literally, like, I'm sorry.
Not catch most people's attention.
But the idea of her doing this in this position is so fucking funny. Just like literally planning a murder, has like this entire setup, just kicking back in my chair, popping open a beer with the boys. Oh, hold on, let me close the vent. Kills a man, leans back up.
Especially those focused on watching a video game competition. Well, am I wrong?
This isn't funny. Just because I was sitting in front of the vent doesn't mean I was the one who triggered the mechanism.
No one can sneak up behind you without drawing attention. Especially when all the lights were still on.
That's just dumb! Where I was sitting shouldn't make me a murderer.
Even so, with everything we've spoken about...
Everything? Did you already forget what was said earlier? Just look at all the items I would need to set up this murder. The battery, the extension cord, the rolling pin, the taser, the syringe, and the supposed drug used with it. How could I have collected all of those things? Wolfgang and everyone else hated me because I lied about my talent. They were on their guard whenever I was around. You think Jet and Desmond would just let me walk into their rooms and take their stuff?
That's true. We still haven't explained how she robbed 2 people's rooms without being caught.
Unless you can prove I had the chance to get all this stuff, you can't make me out to be the killer.
Fine. I'll show proof. Only you could obtain the items necessary for this murder.
Ava asked nicely. Ava had a hunch. Well,
I got it.
That statement is true.
Ava, you were well aware of the existence of those items. For starters, everyone heard about Jet's battery. It was common knowledge due to his boasting.
Wait, so it's all my fault? Ouch.
Since the dorms aren't locked, you could have easily snuck in and grabbed the battery while no one was inside. The battery is lightweight too, so you wouldn't have trouble carrying it. For the rest of your plan, the syringe and drugs are both readily available in the pharmacy. And as for the taser, you may not have known about its existence right away, but you still had every incentive to search Desmond's room, because you received his blackmail.
Oof.
Eva? You knew my blackmail this whole time and never said anything?
So what?
Huh?
So what if I knew? I wasn't the only one. Damon knew your blackmail as well.
Oh, fuck off. No, don't do us like that. Come on, Ava.
Oh yeah, he read it out loud to everyone earlier, didn't he?
Damon knew almost everything I did. He knew where the items used in this murder were stored. He knew the layout of the boiler room and the storage closets. He knew all sorts of things. The only thing he didn't know is the one thing more important than any piece of physical evidence.
What the hell are you talking about?
See, you still don't know. You still don't know that we never saw eye to eye.
Oh, come on.
Huh?
Eye to eye on the not killing each other stuff?
Kai, shut up for a second.
On Wolfgang. Damon saw the way Wolfgang scolded me and treated me like a bad guy, and he thought I hated him the same way he did. But unlike Damon, I never wanted Wolfgang to die.
What the?
Whoa! That's a loaded accusation.
Not a first for this trial.
If you thought you saw the worst of Damon after the dummy trial, you underestimate just how low he can stoop.
Jesus!
I practically risked my life pretending to be his ally, but in return, he let me see the extent of his deceitfulness.
Holy shit!
Which is why I can tell everyone that Damon has Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, and you walked right into that one, Damon. That sucks! Oh, and she's not even wrong about that. She's gonna be able to use that as leverage very easily. Shit, that was smart. Honestly, underhanded as hell, but I have to give it to her. I have to say, that was really smart.
Oh gosh.
Ava, you...
Any reason you didn't tell us this earlier?
Well, I didn't think it was incriminating at first.
Not even when he refused to come forward about it?
That was weird, but I didn't want to make accusations at the time because it could have just been his ego talking. Only after watching him reject the taser gun over this dumb mechanism he made up did I realize I had potential evidence on my hands.
Damon, do you have your blackmail on you? Don't worry about reading it out loud or anything. Just show the image. That's all you gotta do.
Did Ava really never trust me? Why then did she disclose so much to me? Why did she tell me? It's because I trust you. No, this can't be at the forefront of my mind right now. I'm on the cusp of bringing this case to a close. What Ava thinks about me shouldn't matter. What she thinks about me. You took my side way back at the beginning, remember? You were the only people who refused to listen to that lawyer. And you helped solve the mystery behind that whole case. No one thanked you, though. I'm really sorry about how things turned out. The other students wouldn't have treated you unfairly if it wasn't for me. Damn it! Damn it! This entire time I've been judging the others for how trusting they are, not even realizing. I was blindly following the words of a stranger. And now, everyone here, they're gonna hold this blackmail crap against me, even more than if I'd just come forward earlier. Even so, what choice do I have? No one will let the discussion continue, unless I tell the truth.
Fine. I'll show it. But only the picture, as requested.
With those words, I retrieved the envelope from my pocket and pulled out the photo.
He's married?
Ingrid, Wolfgang doesn't have blue eyes.
So, who is this then? His parents?
I mean, why else would the guy look like him?
Given the year this photo was taken, these two people must be his parents.
I'm new here. I was about to say that you would be a good voice actor, then I saw NezumiVA. Yeah, I have in fact voice acted in some shows and games before. And possibly some stuff in the future. Can't say any more about that though. But hee hee, haha.
Look at what's printed at the bottom. April 17th, 2001. We know how old Wolfgang is because of the student reports. In 2001, he wasn't even born yet.
Stop saying that, Damon.
But why?
No, it's not related to Peg.
Are they being held against their will?
It's nothing that you guys would know about. Don't worry about it. You'll know later.
You can't leave us hanging, Damo! You gotta read out what it says!
That's not what was asked of me. And even if I had to, I don't think someone who can't explain himself should have his secrets revealed to everyone.
Some things are better left unsaid.
For the record, I know what Wolfgang's blackmail says, but it didn't change my outlook on him. I don't think it's possible for anyone to hate someone like Wolfgang. He was always brave in the face of sheer adversity, and encouraged everyone else to act likewise. Wolfgang challenged me to be a better person. Wolfgang challenged all of us to be better people. And maybe Ava simply couldn't rise to his challenge.
Oh, well, I don't know if I would say all that, but...
Don't listen to him! He's trying to divert everyone from the truth!
Even though Wolfgang and I didn't always see eye to eye, my respect for him and his talent never wavered. Why would someone like me harm him? Me, who's been leading this trial much the same way he led the one before. I may have questioned the idea no one here would kill, but that doesn't make me someone who wants to see bloodshed.
He does! He does want bloodshed! We have all the proof he's a cold-blooded killer! Wolfgang's blackmail, which he lied about having!
But wasn't Damon playing?
Nothing he says should be trusted. Nothing he says about me, or anything else.
Yeah, they're basically just, like, throwing each other under the bus right now.
It is odd that we place faith in a man who does not have faith in us. So much so, these discussions are mostly led by his own conjecture.
Damon isn't the killer, though. Why would he try to mislead anyone? Like, he and I were playing a game when the murder happened, and multiple people can vouch for us.
Not to mention, the things he's been saying make a lot of sense.
Truth has no personal alliance. That's why.
Even if he wasn't here, we'd arrive at the same conclusion anyway.
Depends who you mean by we.
Then, you all still think I'm the killer?
Someone needs to be voted by the end of this.
Don't just say it like that.
Oh, here we go.
My ears!
How would I know? How would I know when to drop it?
Drop what?
The battery!
Eamon says the killer dropped the battery when Diana was already in the boiler room. But how would I know when Diana was in the boiler room? It's not as if I could listen out for her. The music speakers are too loud. And the dining hall has no clocks, so it'd be impossible for me to know if it was 8:45 a.m.
Right. Only Mark's DJ pad had a clock.
Maybe Ava asked Mark for the time.
She never spoke to me.
We never spoke! I never even got up from my chair. Besides, how could I be sure Diana arrived on time anyway? If you can't explain how I knew when to drop the battery, then shut up and stop accusing me!
Ava makes a decent point. How did she drop the battery in time? Did she just rely on chance? No, that doesn't seem likely. Her entire plan fails if the timing isn't right. Come on, think! If my years of debate have taught me anything, I need to look at this from another angle. If I just take it from the top, while assuming Ava is the killer. Well... I just wanted to see the response to that, sorry. Ah, damn. I thought it would be a little funnier than that, but... But yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
The only way the killer would have known when to spring their trap was by seeing Diana enter the room. Any uncertainty would ruin the plan, and the dining hall was too loud to hear anything over.
So where did she watch Diana from? There are only two possible places. Well, I mean...
Trying to look into the boiler room through the vent is impossible.
Yeah, never mind, I guess. But then... I'm not really... Oh, what? No, I wouldn't think it would be the cams, right? But...
This is it.
Okay.
It's impossible to see anything from the vent, which means the only way anyone could see into the room was by using the school cameras.
Say what?
I don't understand how, but Ava must have used the camera.
Care Bear and Ross with the $5. I'm still not caught up, but I went into the trial knowing Ava was the killer. Honestly, she was Celestiaing from beat 1 of this case in Great Liar Parallel.
Is she working with the kidnappers?
Are you kidding me? How the hell would I have access to the camera?
Yeah, that's kind of why I didn't immediately jump to that, but... In order to actually see what was happening on the security cameras, what would Ava need access to? Naturally, it would have to be some sort of screen. A screen, huh? Thinking back on all the various clues we've discussed, I can't pinpoint anything which could provide an answer to that question. Feels like deja vu, doesn't it? When all other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one which still remains. The one thing we've yet to discuss. Ava, it's time I bring an end to what you started. For better or for worse, this one will be your final lie.
Whoa! It's time to solve the final piece of this puzzle. However, it won't be without a fight. Announcing Argument Altercation. In this game, you and your opponent battle each other in a bullet hell extravaganza. Dodge your opponent's attacks, shoot down their arguments, and solve the case.
Oh boy, it's bullet hell. Switch to keyboard, this is bugged for the controller. You can't go diagonal. Shit. Okay, I don't think any of the keys that it requires are things that I have mapped for OBS. Also, yeah, save. Okay, Roundhouse with the $5 as well. Like, if you go back and watch everything, it's way more subtle, but she initiates everything this case. It's great what if case 3 was good in case 1. Okay. Then let's see. Should focus. Player movement WASD. F, noise bullet. Space is... wait. Oh, space is noise bullet, and F is mega bullet. Mega bullet. Michael MC, Michael McDonald, rather. Take her, with the 10 euros, take her down in the name of Kirumi. And Kirumi? Why Kirumi specifically? Worked okay with the controller for me. No idea how I beat it, but I did. I mean, granted, I honestly think that bullet hell stuff is easier with a keyboard. Noise bullet, spacebar, are white bullets, which can destroy statements. Destroying statements increases Damon's mega bullet gauge and weakens the opponent's shield. Mega bullets are green and can pierce attacks and deal damage. Use focus shift to slow the battle temporarily. Okay. Use the WASD keys to move and the spacebar to fire noise bullets. You can also focus by pressing the left shift key, which will slow the battle temporarily. Your opponent will fire their own bullets, so make sure to use your ability strategically to avoid damage. They will also make statements of their own, which will appear as orange text. Oh, they also started the game with a shield, meaning they cannot be damaged by any means. But worry not, you can weaken their shield by breaking their statements with your bullets. Breaking their statements also charges your mega bullet. I want to fire it. Press the F key to fire that one. Water Droplet TM with the $2. This one took Weeby News 30 minutes to beat. Have fun. Oh boy. Why? Well, it's the only way to deal damage to your opponent. If you miss, don't worry, just break more statements in order to recharge Mega Bullet. After a certain amount of hits, you'll progress to the next stage of the battle, and your opponent will become more frenzied and their attacks even wilder. Once they run out of HP, your opponent will then ask to have their burning question. Press the WASD keys in the correct order to solve the case. If you fail, you'll have to start over from the last stage of the battle. However, losing all your HP will force you to restart from the very beginning, so I'd suggest you don't do that. This is quite a lot of information, so feel free to press F2 in order to refresh yourself. I would say have fun, but your life actually depends on it, so get going. Alright, controllers unplugged, let's do some gaming. Oh jeez. Okay.
I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help.
Having to, can I use the, okay, I can use the arrow keys still too.
I just wanted to help.
Which is much easier for me personally than trying to use WASD at the same time.
There's no proof I killed. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to. There's no proof I killed. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair.
Okay. Oh jeez.
I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help.
The tapping.
This isn't fair. I just wanted
missed.
to help.
Fuck. Okay, come on.
I didn't see anything.
Oh, I am low on health.
Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help.
Oh jeez.
Damon, I thought you trusted me. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, this is terrible. No.
This isn't fair.
Fuck.
I didn't see anything. I just wanted to It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about
Yeah, sorry, I'm not looking at the chat at all right now. If any of you guys send donation messages, I will get to them in a second, because I cannot pay attention to that.
There's no proof I killed Wolf. I didn't see anything.
Oh, you can hold the spacebar. I didn't even realize. I'm sorry.
This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see.
Oh my god. This Toho ass bullet pattern. Whew. Okay, let's try again.
This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera?
Oh jeez.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
Well, now that I kind of know a little bit more of what I'm doing from the start, though, I think it'll be a little easier this time.
See anything? Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to
Don't
help.
get hasty with shooting the bullet. I have to make sure I know her position.
Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's. I just wanted to help.
Fuck.
This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
Wait for her to swerve. Fuck! She got me on that one.
It's Damon who's suspicious.
Okay.
I just wanted
Got her
to
that time.
help. I thought you trusted me.
Okay.
I didn't
Stage 2.
see anything. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera?
Okay, wait for her to swerve down. Wait for her to swerve down. Fuck.
This isn't fair.
There we go.
I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see any. Who cares about the camera?
Stay in the line, stay in the line, stay in the line.
About the camera. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why won't you believe me? I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. I just wanted to help.
Oh shit, her attack.
I just wanted to help.
Her spell card. Fuck. She used her Toho bomb. Oh fuck, okay. Here it comes again. Fuck, oh Jesus, shit.
This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed. Who cares about the camera? How could I access the security camera?
It's over. Ava, we know the truth.
Whew.
Don't kill me!
What you said was true, Ava.
All right.
The trap works depends on if the killer can see inside.
Ava did not account for the Toho player. Thank you. I had to lock in for a minute. Let me get to the donations real quick that I missed. Kitty with the £5. This is one of my favorite tracks in the OST. It better be. I heard it enough times. It's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, I'm not the best bullet hell player in the world, but I like to think that I'm at least pretty decent. So.
Which begs the question, how does the killer see inside?
JunePop45 with the $5. Marcy, that was so fucking cool. Thank you.
They can't just get on their knees and peek through the vent.
Amazing you did that without the focus. Oh yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of forgot about the focus.
Besides, the vent probably offers very little in the way of an actual view of the room.
Exactly! It's impossible!
Right. It's impossible. From this particular angle. If I switch perspectives, your entire argument comes completely undone.
What do you mean?
Ava assumes I'm taking only one factor into account. Her position at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Little does she know that in ruling out that factor, she's led me straight to another.
Kirby Superstar with the $2. How did you do the 4 words thing on the first try? I just did, I guess.
A certain item which could have granted her the ability to see inside the boiler room. An item that, like the chemical smell, only makes sense when all other options have been ruled out.
The game console she brought with her to the tournament.
Damn.
Ava had a game console?
She wanted to get in the spirit of the tournament without being directly involved. Or so she claimed. But when every other option has been ruled out, what else can we look to but the one that's yet to be addressed?
RBYMM with the $5. Damn, that minigame was so good. I want to be like you when I am older. I am already an adult. Well, it's never too late.
Are you saying she saw inside the boiler room using the console?
So he played live footage of the room?
Sounds like a
Yikes.
stretch.
If I'm wrong, Ava should be able to prove her innocence. Go on, Ava. Show us the console.
Huh?
I don't think she has the console on her, dude.
She has to. She never had an opportunity to slink away and dispose of it.
Well, what about the blackout?
When the blackout first hit, people were disorientated for about a minute at most. Ava likely spent those 60 seconds undoing the cord and moving the chair. Between then and now, she's never been alone. The only exception was when she and I split up to investigate the dining hall and the dorms respectively.
Michael McDonald with the 10 euros. Is it weird that I'm predicting in a future chapter either Eloise will kill Toshiko or Toshiko will kill Eloise? I hope that's not the case, but it would certainly be dramatically ironic.
However, the laundry room, dining hall, and courtyard all had people in them, so I doubt she hid the console in any of those rooms.
And the janitor closet? That room has been locked for days now. She obviously couldn't hide the console there.
Which means it must still be on her person. Like I said earlier, if I'm wrong about the console, we can take it out right now and show everyone its contents.
What are you waiting for? Quit hiding the stupid thing and show it!
You're just trying to make me look bad. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just jealous of me.
Oh, girl, come on.
You're jealous of me and my talent. That's all you are. Jealous.
Hey, calm down.
Why not just pull out the console?
Yes! Show us the console and then you'll be done with this!
No! Eh? I don't have to show anyone anything.
Uh-huh. Kitty with the £5. On one of my attempts I got to the 4 words part, but it happened on a mutual kill, so the game didn't know what to do with itself and bugged out, lol. Oh no!
That's the most suspicious thing you could say.
It's not suspicious. I'm telling the truth.
That's obviously a lie.
Why go through the effort of mentioning Wolfgang's blackmail if you won't reveal this?
Now that I think back on it, Ava had been staring at her console the entire tournament. I thought it was weird, coming all the way over to the dining hall when she could have just stayed in a dorm.
Well, where did she obtain this console? We should discuss those details before continuing any more with these accusations.
Said she won it from Tozu's gotcha pet.
Seems natural he would stock that machine with dangerous items. With this being a killing game and all.
Between 14 impossible culprits and one possible killer, there's no need to sort out the facts further.
She was playing FNAF DS with the security cameras.
Ava, you're the only one we can vote for.
That's such twisted logic. You're going to vote for
Twisted
me
logic?
without being completely sure I'm even guilty?
Like from Moomin Echo?
There's no need to be completely sure, if no one else can be suspected.
In case anyone still doubts Ava is the killer, I'll go through the case one last time. And once all the pieces are laid out for everyone to see, I'll prove she's the killer, once and for all.
Alright. Blackout. Alright. Okay. Oh, wait. I had the wrong one selected. My bad. Okay, closing the vent. That would be that. Alright. Let's get some of these locks off, please. Okay. So we got the syringe. That. Letters from the killer. These. Okay. Let's see. Car battery. Alright. What's that? Internal plug. There we go. This end and this end. The taser. The killer. Okay, let's see. And then... Okay, last two. Wolfgang and Diana. So, who took the knife from the kitchen? That would be you. And then Diana arrived last.
This is how it happened.
This case was directly incited by the motive Tozu introduced, in which everyone here received another person's blackmail. Amidst the chaos that spawned, the killer saw an opportunity to commit a murder. They sent letters to two people, Wolfgang Akide, who they planned to kill, and Diana Venezia, who they planned to frame. Wolfgang and Diana were asked to meet in the boiler room in 2 days' time. Wolfgang's letter told him to arrive at 8:15 a.m., while Diana's told her to arrive at 8:45 a.m.
The messages threatened to expose our blackmail, so we had no choice but to follow their instructions.
At this point, the killer probably knew the way they were going to kill Wolfgang. Hence, how they reacted to this next piece of information. The following morning, it was revealed that Cassidy and Jet were going to hold a game tournament.
The point was for people to spend time together and not think murdery thoughts. But little did we know, a would-be killer was lurking nearby. And how? The killer emboldened their own plans and made it so the tournament would happen at 9 a.m.
Did you just agree with yourself?
Both Wolfgang and Diana turned down the offer, which must have been music to the killer's ears, since it confirmed their plan was working.
The art in this part is so good.
The killer took this as a sign to commence the next phase of their plan. Later that evening, they went downstairs to the boiler room and began preparing the murder weapon.
Though it might be more accurate to call it a murder mechanism, the killer wrapped an extension cord as tightly as they could around a car battery, which had been stolen from Jet's room. I imagine the battery must have been sitting on top of the generator. Wouldn't want to risk an explosion by bringing lithium too close to the water.
The killer avoided opening the boiler room vent for this segment, probably because they knew I'd remember it being closed originally.
A crucial part of the killer's plan would involve sliding the cord through the boiler room vent and out the other end into the dining hall. So they could then walk upstairs to the dining hall and tie the protruding part of the cord to the dining hall vent.
Funnily enough, the killer was going to be needed in the dining hall very shortly.
Yeah. to help Cass and me rearrange the dining hall's furniture. We were saving the whole thing for next morning, but they convinced us to do it that night instead.
Their intentions were threefold. Create an alibi, hide the vent with a piece of furniture, and then open the vent in secret. After which, they'd return to the boiler room and suspend the battery over the generator.
Which brings us to today. Knowing better than to head downstairs without protection, Wolfgang went to the kitchen and armed himself with a knife. Toshiko didn't notice a knife on him when the two met in the hallway, so he must have hidden it in his blazer.
Wolfgang arrived inside the boiler room at 8:15 a.m., exactly like his letter requested. As he was waiting, the killer snuck up behind him.
And he got smacked right in the head with that steel rolling pin and crumpled like paper.
A syringe was then used to inject Wolfgang with a sleeping drug, ensuring he would remain in the boiler room until Diana arrived.
The killer might have, left the taser on the floor around this time.
Yeah, the taser they swiped from my dorm. They must have decided to raid the place after receiving my blackmail. If I'd heard about the taser sooner, I could have gotten rid of it. As well as whatever else my blackmail supposedly mentions.
Save the angsting for later, will you?
Anyway, back on topic. Wolfgang was left to lie in the partially flooded area of the boiler room, while the killer ran upstairs to help set up Mark's music equipment.
They didn't care about the equipment. They just wanted to put a speaker next to the vent, because it would drown out the fight which was gonna happen later.
Don't forget the digital clock! They wanted to get there before that became available. Don't need people knowing what time you actually arrived.
My letter said to meet at 8:45 a.m. So that's when I got to the boiler room. I made sure to close the door behind me, just as the message told me to.
Bad idea. Killer flipped the doorknob so that the lock was on the outside instead of the inside. You locked yourself in!
The room was really dark too. I didn't even see the suspended battery. Only the blinking security camera. And then, Wolfgang. He got up on his feet all of a sudden. And he started crying and saying these weird things. I tried to keep him calm and asked him to come over to me, which he actually did. But the very next second, he attacked me with his knife.
The drugs probably gave him a frightening hallucination, and he perceived you as a threat.
He was screaming at me, and I was screaming back. No one from the tournament could hear us over the music. At one point, I even picked up the taser, but then I threw it back down again.
And that's when the killer decided it was time. Having set their chair to recline, they were able to casually reach down and close the vent behind them. This lowered the extension cord, causing the car battery to enter the water and discharge a huge amount of electricity.
Oh, the crying eyes just
was
left.
Still standing in the water, was electrocuted instantly.
Damn, that was really good use of the art assets there.
The battery itself exploded upon reacting with the water, which the killer was likely banking on as a way to destroy evidence. All of this happened right under my nose. No one could have guessed that someone in the tournament was committing murder.
The startup of the music, that was really good. That's a very good sound design.
The explosion also damaged the generator and caused the blackout. Everyone ended up stumbling around in the dark.
Not for long, though. We quickly came back to our senses and agreed to look for a backup generator on the underground floor.
Marie the Bean with the $5. Until the end, Ava was seemingly isolated from everyone else, betrayed by the one person who trusted her at quite possibly the scariest moment for her. Yeah, I mean, yes, it was kind of mutual. They were both doing the same shit to each other, though.
I used a hairpin to unlock the boiler room door and ran outside. But you guys had already made it downstairs.
That's when you say you ducked around a corner and out of sight. Only after everyone went inside the closets did you then dash upstairs.
Yeah.
It's a good thing she did. Otherwise, we'd have found her alone in a room with Wolfgang's dead body. We would have wrongly assumed Diana was the killer, and died as a result. This complicated scheme calls to mind only one person. One person who just so happened to be sitting in a certain sofa chair. That person is you, Ava Tsunaka. It's over, Ava. We know the truth.
It's not fair. This isn't fair. This isn't fair.
Yeah, that's over.
My blood is rushing.
Oh yeah, we're back to outside the trial, so I guess I have some work to do. Alright, well, my voice has been pretty rested tonight, so I guess...
Wonderful! Brilliant! Spectacular! You have seen beyond the foul lies of this scorned mathematician, and delivered the honorable truth with wit and aplomb.
Well done.
This is worthy of praise. Allow me to reward your success with...
This isn't funny.
Can you shut up?
Without Tozu's mad ramblings, the trial room had gone completely silent. Everyone was either staring at the floor or sneaking nervous glances at each other. Ah, I understand the reason for this frosty atmosphere. You've found out who done it, so now you wish to know why done it.
Such a spoilsport.
Very well. Every murder mystery needs a motive, and I would be loath to break tradition at this stage.
There must be something.
Ava, why did you do this? Just why?
Come on.
Speak up. You have nothing to lose now.
It was... Tozu. Huh? Tozu made me do it.
This is...
What?
You've been working with Tozu this entire time?
Such disrespect.
Me and her?
Oh, please. If her plan was to secretly infiltrate the killing game, she wouldn't have given herself such an attention-grabbing ultimate title.
Rubbish.
I mean, seriously? Ultimate liar? Talk about on the nose. No, Ava is just as much of a kidnappee as the rest of you.
Son of a bitch!
Shut up! You let her get away with breaking the rules! That's proof enough that you're in cahoots!
Holy...
Huh? Ava broke the rules? Yeah, when she blew up school fucking property! Why the fuck was I punished for chucking a rock at a camera, but Ava wasn't punished for destroying a fucking generator?
Shit. Shh. Is Ava the exception the rule was talking about?
What?
Desmond tapped the screen of his trinket and conjured a familiar square-shaped hologram. With a few swipes of his finger, he located the killing game's rules. Okay, yeah. Everyone, take a look at the second rule.
I was kinda wondering about that. 2. Students are not allowed to vandalize any official killing game property, such as the cameras and the Tozu trinkets. Exceptions may apply.
Do you see how it says exceptions may apply at the end? Since Ava wasn't punished for breaking the generator, could that mean she counts as an exception?
Stop lying!
Oh, hey, Taco. Good to see you. I have been very much enjoying it. I'm looking forward to seeing what you meant about the execution during our chat.
Are you going to explain how, or are you just trying to be a fucking contrarian?
This looks bad.
Well, if I had to make a guess, it's probably because Ava destroyed the generator while committing a murder.
What's all this about?
Are you saying Ava has special privileges? I think it's more like her method of murder was what destroyed the generator. Meaning, the generator is technically tied to Wolfgang's death.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is why Ava was excused for breaking it.
Slow down.
Yo, that can't actually be the reason, can it?
I see, I see.
And if it were?
Brutal.
What? I see. Ava believed she would count as an exception to the rule, which is why she didn't take any steps to avoid destroying the generator.
What?
She risked getting shot in the head over something she just assumed?
That ain't it.
Nah. With how confidently Ava executed the murder, she must have known for sure she wouldn't be penalized. How about it, Tozu? Did you ever share that information with her?
Who? Me?
A desperate killer is much like a hungry seagull, ready to pounce upon the slightest crumb of substance. The mere implication of a loophole ignites their senses, and they, as desperate people always do, will shred their dignity in pursuit of confirmation. So, to answer your question, yes, Ava approached me with the same questions your friends are asking now. And yes, I confirmed her suspicions were true.
Not okay!
Seriously? That's so unfair!
Pathetic.
Unfair? Answering a reasonable question is far from unfair. Have you never asked a professor for help on an assignment? Sure, your professor won't do the work for you. But they'll be happy to clear up any confusion you might have. Then, why did Ava say that you made her kill Wolfgang? I suppose you could say Ava and I made a deal. A deal? What kind of deal? A deal to begin the killing game.
Impossible!
In exchange for agreeing to perform the first kill, she would receive a special perk.
Plot twist.
The traitor perk.
Holy!
What do you mean, the traitor perk? Is it the tablet Ava has? I mean, she refused to show it to us when we asked.
Mind you, that a host cannot simply hand over a traitor perk to anyone who asks. For a student to be eligible for a perk, they must first earn it.
That was very...
What do you mean by earn it?
Do you recall that little tidbit I shared with you about the pharmacy? You know, the one about a secret lurking inside?
Oh! You see, a very interesting secret is lurking beyond this door. That secret? Were you referring to the traitor perk?
Well done.
Indeed I was! When I said a very interesting secret was lurking inside, I meant that quite literally. The only thing separating you from the perk was a few inches of stainless steel and a pin pad. Ah, shit, it was that! I was just thinking it a second ago.
Pin pad? Oh gosh, you're talking about that big door I found tucked behind a shelf.
I see.
I see. It was hiding the traitor perk all along. How did Ava figure out the password to the pin pad, though? Did she enter a bunch of random numbers until it, finally worked?
But hey, there was that whole setup in that one room with the papers and everything.
Well,
A 4-digit code would have thousands of potential combinations. Unless Ava encountered unbelievable luck, the chances of her guessing that code in only a few days is extremely unlikely.
How?
Then, how did she get access to the traitor perk? The 4 numbers to unlock the pin pad. How did Ava figure them out? There's only one way. Only one way I could see her obtaining the correct answer. It's to do with that poster, isn't it? that mysterious poster in the pharmacy. Eh? What poster are you?
Well done. Ding, ding, ding! Correct!
Light blooms with the $10. I love that they played the symbolism straight here. Eve was tempted by the forbidden fruit. Ava was tempted to murder by Tozu's perk. It was right in front of us. The first sin in the Eden's garden. Holy shit! Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Damn, that's really good.
Yes, hidden inside one of the pharmacy's rooms is a poster, which reveals the code to the pin pad.
For real?
No. How can that poster reveal the code, though? I knew it had to be important somehow. None of the visuals made sense, which is exactly why it caught my attention. But I didn't know what to do with it, with that information. How to decipher what I was seeing.
Pathetic.
And that is where you fell short of your mathematically gifted peer. With her keen eyesight and quick thinking, she saw the poster for what it really was.
Plot twist!
An equation.
What? Every detail is deceitful. Those exclamations of grandeur may in fact be hints towards a certain something's nature, and that large star, a stand-in for a coordinate plane. Well, not that it matters anymore.
The passcode to that precious pin pad is, after all, being changed as we speak. To quote the words of my parents' parents' parents, the road to freedom must always be paved with obstacles.
Heckin' twisted!
No way! A math equation is totally up Ava's alley! Ava, you told me you couldn't understand the poster.
Why the long face?
Of course she did.
That equation is the key to the traitor perk. Handing it over would mean handing the perk over.
Shit. So the traitor perk was Ava's reward for solving the puzzle?
Anybody?
The heck even is the perk? You still haven't explained that yet!
Who? Me?
I assure you it's a very handy thing to have. You see, this traitor perk allows the owner to access the school's security cameras using a tablet. That tablet, of course, being on Ava's person right now.
Damn it. So, I was right. You accessed the camera in the boiler room, which was how you saw Diana enter.
Oh, crud.
I thought it was weird Ava wouldn't show us the tablet, but I didn't think it was actually wired to the school cameras.
But then...
Then, the reason I saw the security camera's light blinking back in the boiler room, it's because Ava was watching me?
What?
This is making too much sense!
Nonsense.
Ava, how could you negotiate with your kidnapper? Why would you have any reason to trust him? I had no choice. I either take his deal and give myself a chance to escape, or I would die here with the rest of you. You. That selfish attitude's the reason why we've ended up in this mess. Didn't we promise to make it out of here together? If you hadn't murdered one of the only people who could have handled this situation, we might have made progress on escaping.
Hang on.
Even if I didn't kill someone, someone else would have eventually. And if they were in my position right now, they wouldn't even admit to what they've done. They'd cry and snivel and try to guilt you. They wouldn't be honest like me.
Watch it.
Honest or not, playing Tozu's game was risky. You were trapped in a small space with witnesses everywhere. That's not a gamble you should have taken.
What a joke.
We had food. We had shelter. All we had left to do was wait for our eventual rescue from this place. But
Stop it!
I would have died first! It was obvious from what was happening with Wolfgang. His constant cheering at me over the few mistakes I'd made, while the rest of you followed his lead. If a class trial ever happened with him around, he would have accused me of being the killer even without evidence. And you all would have believed him.
Whoa.
That's not it. Because of Wolfgang, I was isolated from everyone else. He turned me into an easy target for murder. And if I was murdered, would the rest of you even bother to find out who killed me? There's no way you would. There's no way anyone would. You're all the worst! I hope you all rot here! That's cold, man!
You really let me down.
Even if we had some rough spots, some of us still tried to get along with you. during the gaming tournament, I was fine with you joining.
Ugh.
You think a few games were enough to forgive everything you did to me? And if you actually care about me, none of you! I've never been anything to anyone.
Huh?
What do you mean? It really is the same in here as it is out there. I'm always the one that people hated. I didn't choose this talent. I was just doing what others wanted me to do. I was the prodigy student the adults wanted me to be. I thought I did everything right. But I still kept being judged. Everyone else around me resented me, hated me, because they wanted the love I received, or what they thought was love. And despite all my hard work, the UTP turned me into something I never wanted to be. Even if I wanted to return to normality, it would be impossible. I'm stuck with this talent for life. And now, when I try to become something more than a sad joke, I get hit with the realization that all my efforts were for nothing. I never could be anyone else. I'll never get what I deserve. But I cared.
I don't understand.
Ava, I cared about you. I don't get it.
Why?
Ava, why did you frame me? I cared for you and stood up for you whenever I could.
Don't say that!
I wanted to be your roommate. I wanted to help you.
I don't want to.
It didn't mean anything. Why? You still agreed with everything Wolfgang said. No matter what he did to me, you kept on supporting him. Is that why you tried to frame me for his murder? Yeah. And you deserved it.
No. No.
Diana let out a sob and nearly fell onto her podium. Diana! Eloise ran over to Diana and put an arm around her shoulder.
How can you believe that?
Why did you have to kill Wolfgang in front of her? That's so cruel! She obviously knew what she was doing. Both the cause and the time of death were mentioned in the mock trial case. So it stands to reason they would be mentioned here, too. When Ava realized that, she tried to leverage it against us. I'm sure receiving that little camera perk made it all too easy to time the murder.
Shut it!
Enough of this bullshit already. So Ava's a privileged little asshole who thinks her life sucks. Who cares? You took Wolfgang's life. The only thing you deserve is some fucking comeuppance.
Sheesh.
I doubt she's actually telling the truth. Murdering someone because they lied about their inoffensive talent, even she must know how ridiculous that sounds.
How can that be?
If Ava didn't kill Wolfgang because she was scared, then why did she kill him?
Honestly?
Why else but to escape the killing game? I doubt any of us were ever a threat to her. In fact, it was probably the complete opposite.
Shocking.
She thought she was smarter and better than all of us. That's why she thought she could win the class trial.
My thoughts exactly.
Yes, I agree with Winona. In that case, do you reckon Ava killed Wolfgang because of his abilities as a lawyer?
She herself admitted he would have suspected her if he was here. Clearly, Wolfgang was the best person to kill if she wanted to escape.
Nope.
And anyway, Ava isn't the only one who's vulnerable. There are people here with even weaker bodies and weaker minds. Anyone who's looking for an easy kill would know to target them first. It doesn't matter. Even if no one targeted me, I still would have died first. How so? Because of the perk. Huh? Tozer told me that if I didn't use the perk to murder someone as soon as possible, I was going to die.
What did you say?
What?
Nonsense!
Is this true, Tozu?
Who? Me?
Guilty as charged.
Dude, no!
No way! Tozu never told me the number of days I had left. Just that I needed to kill soon. If I didn't kill soon, I'd die.
This isn't fair!
I had to do something! You can't blame me for that. If you were in my shoes, you would have all done the same!
Worthless.
It's your own fault. You were only in that situation because you took the perk.
No!
Tozu targeted me with the math puzzle. He offered me the perk when I was at my lowest point. If you guys were approached the way I was, and offered a chance to go home, you would have taken the perk too.
Stop it!
You're just a bunch of hypocrites. You just want to make me look like the villain, so you feel less bad about killing me. Killing her? That's right. How could I forget? If the black end is uncovered...
Dumbass!
Enough already! I'm sick of talking to that scumbag. Get on with the fucking execution, will you? All right. This soap opera is entertaining, but I realize it's time to change the channel. Wait, don't tell me you're actually going to... Rosalia Rosalini, thank you for winning your channel membership.
Holy!
Huh? All of a sudden, the elevator behind us began to churn alive. The whir of machinery could be heard from the other side of the doors, raw and loud and rhythmic, like a mechanical symphony.
The show must go on.
Do not avert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I hear a lot of the budget went into this. No, I don't... Oh, what's going on?
I won't believe.
This isn't happening. This isn't happening.
Blood is rushing.
To the victor go the spoils. Hail the honorable dead, avenged at last.
I don't deserve this. Even if you hate me, I don't deserve this.
May our charitable justice inspire fear and humility within these wretched souls.
Don't kill me!
This isn't fair. I don't deserve to die. I deserve to live. I deserve to live. And stir the hearts and minds of all those bearing witness.
Ready, everyone? Let the show begin!
I want to live. I deserve to live. I'm going to live. I'm going to live!
Oh boy.
And now we present the execution of Eva Tsuna. Huh?
Enjoy the show. Oh boy. Alright. Let's strap in. Oh, literally. Oh boy. Oh boy. Eva, the only thing bigger than my brain is my victim complex, Sunika. With the $5, thank you. Oh, that was Wolfgang's podium. Fuck. Oh boy. Oh, that's bad. That's real oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus, dude. Ugh.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, ugh, fuck. Ugh. All of the supplies. Ah, Jesus. Good Lord. This is exceedingly fucking cruel. God damn. God damn. Oh. Oh, what? Hello? Kara? Ah, the dummy arm. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, dude. My entire body had seized up. I couldn't move a single limb, couldn't say a single word. All I could do was stand and stare, my mind at a complete and total loss.
There's no way.
So that's what punishment entails? Let me go home. Please let me go home.
Isn't this lovely?
Goodness, talk about a heated moment. Ava put up quite a fight. For a second there, she almost had me believing we'd underestimated her.
Moving on.
Just kidding.
RBYMM with the $5. Mathletes when you execute them instead of making them solve Pythagoras' theorem or something. Yeah, did not really achieve the athlete part of that. Michael McDonald with the 10 euros. Anyone in the mood for cooked crow? God. Guys, read the room a little bit. Isamitsun with the $5. I like how the stiffness of her model running conveys how she probably isn't used to rigorous physical activity despite technically being an athlete. Yeah.
I'll be damned.
How can you do this? Forcing these innocent people to kill each other.
Terrible.
So judgmental.
Terrible.
Need I remind you that this is student on student warfare?
Get out.
Just shut up already.
Kirby Superstar 44 with the $2. R.I.P. Ava, the genocide jack loving math nerd. Ava, why? You just needed a friend. It could have been the friend you needed. Why did you do this?
I can't believe it.
I think I'm gonna be sick. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Oh, shit!
I'm totally gonna die here, aren't I?
I can't be like this.
No one else is gonna die here. We're all gonna be okay. Come on, repeat it after me. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. This was my reality. The fear of death had already been heavy on my shoulders ever since the killing game was announced. But now it had completely enveloped me. I can't do it. I can't lie to myself again. Again?
It's all my fault.
I'm not okay. I'm never going to be okay. I could have changed things. I could have saved her. And him, Wolfgang. If I just dragged him out of the water, I could have saved him. Why didn't I save him?
Whoa.
But, Diana, you had no way of knowing what was gonna come next. He was wielding a knife, too. Anyone would have done what you did. Did he really bring a knife for self-defense? Usually, a comment like that would have gotten a rise out of Grace, but she stayed completely silent. JS with the $5. It is messed up Diana tried to lend a hand to Wolfgang and Ava, and now the very same thing ends Ava. I can't let it end. Wolfgang's kindness. I can't let anyone forget it.
It is how it is.
That goes without saying. I'm sure everyone will remember what Wolfgang did for us. I've never thought of the lengths my talent can go. The ability to change others' appearances, to be the best version of themselves. It's always been someone else who sits in front of the mirror. I've never really put myself in that place. Mark Zero. Wait, Marcy, did you cry? Anytime I act out crying, I always have to cry. It's just something that I can do very easily. not to flex it or anything. I mean, I am emotional, don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't give a fuck, but... Diana, you okay? If I can't save Wolfgang, then at the very least...
I can do this.
Maybe I can live for him.
Believe me.
You didn't do anything wrong, Diana.
Pardon me.
Yeah. I can do this. I can fulfill the life he wasn't able to live. Oh? Oh, girl.
Like a chameleon, I will adapt.
Oh.
I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps and continue what he wasn't able to accomplish. I'll become something new.
Tears were running down Diana's face, but her expression, somehow, she looked determined. I couldn't understand it. Despite everything she's been through, here she was making some silly vow about continuing Wolfgang's legacy, acting like she's a hero from a storybook. Has this girl lost her mind?
Hold on.
Wolfgang and Ava. Neither of them deserved this. I won't let what happened to them happen to anyone else here.
We won't back down.
For both their sakes. I'll save everyone from the killing game.
You've got to be kidding me.
Take this seriously, will you?
What?
Can this get any worse?
It seems your peers aren't much in the mood for heroic monologues.
Moving on.
Anyhow, it's been a long day. The crime scene has already been cleaned up. Unless you have any further questions for me, you're all free to return to your dorms.
Mm-hmm.
So, any further questions?
Get lost.
Ingrates.
Huh. Now, where have I heard that one before? In all seriousness, I'll take that as a no.
Good evening.
Until next time, everyone. Just like last time, Tozu walked over to the throne.
Isn't this lovely?
By the way, you're safe to ride the elevator back up. We've set it back to its default mode. What you glimpsed before was simply its punishment mode.
On that ominous note, he was lowered underground. Hey, guys, should we just go back to our rooms? Aye. It's about time we draw this day to a close. Good idea. People silently made their way to the elevator, horror and despair etched onto their faces. It was clear, today's events would not be easily forgotten. And then, there was me. Everything I'd been ruminating over, the devastating images which had been plaguing my mind. Wolfgang's murder. The trial. Ava dying right in front of me, swallowed by a pit of fire. It had all retreated to the corners of my mind. The only thing I could focus on now were those 5 words. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps. Hearing those words come from Diana, after everything that's happened, seeing her raise her chin and act so tall and proud, just like Wolfgang once did, it pissed me off. Whew, 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 whew. Damn. 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 Holy shit. What an ending to the chapter, too. Like, God. But it is consistent with his character. It's really interesting. I'm really, like, as much as I beef with him, and I do beef with him. I beef with him so much. But as much as I beef with Damon, he is becoming more and more interesting to me. I mean, like, I wouldn't be acting like him in this situation. Absolutely. I would, if it were me, I would probably be a bit more like a traditional DR protagonist in attitude, which is precisely what would piss him off. But it's really interesting, though. It's a very interesting POV to give a main character. Well, yeah, that was chapter 1 of Peg. Holy shit. What a fucking fantastic first chapter. This is really good. This is genuinely, like, so solid. Kevin! Yes, I absolutely enjoyed it. I enjoyed the shit out of this. This was so good. I mean, obviously, like, you know, as with any game, not even just a fan game, like, obviously I have my nitpicks, but, like, that goes for literally everything. For a project like this especially, like, everybody fucking nailed this. Everybody did such a good job with everything. Really my only, like, the only things I would really say are things that I didn't like as much. Ooh, song. Now, the only things I would say that I didn't like as much was just that I did feel like the trial could have been pared down a little bit. I feel like it could have definitely dealt with a bit faster pacing, and at times I feel like the logic was definitely a bit difficult for a chapter 1. Kind of makes me a little scared of the difficulty in future chapters. But other than that, like, yeah, some of the logic is not as solid as it could have been. Like, yeah, like some of the nonstop debate answers were a little bit difficult to suss out in terms of, like, context or whatever. I do think it needs to be a tiny bit more balanced, yeah, like Kirby is saying. But honestly, like, with that being my only complaint, really, like like that and the pacing really being my only complaints about this, like, the fact that that's all I really had to complain about is a very good thing. It speaks to the overall quality of everything else, that is literally the only thing that really bugged me. And even when I say, like, it bugged me, like, it didn't bug me that much. I still really enjoyed it either way. But yeah. God. This was really good. This was really fun. The goddamn Toho segment shot me in the chest. I was so surprised when it first happened. Yeah, I mean, I did remember people saying that there was a specific minigame in the trial that was really difficult. So I was waiting for that, and, like, it was a little tough, but I didn't have that much of a problem with it, I guess. But maybe that's just me. Person who liked the first version of the end boss fight in Sonic Frontiers.
Yeah, so... Oh yeah, I should also point out, yes, the voice acting that everybody did, the entire cast was so good. They really, really did a great job. In particular, Wolfgang and Grace's VAs did a really fantastic job with their, like, extremely, like, difficult lines that they had to do during this. Obviously, Snowy killed the emotions as Diana. I don't know who Ava's VA is by name, but also Ava, absolutely perfect. Really interesting voice print for that character, by the way. I don't know that I necessarily commented on that much during the playthrough. The Lusical. But yes, like, I don't know. I think it's not the type of voice that you would have that I would have necessarily imagined her having by just taking a glance at her, but, like, it is a voice that works very well, especially for her character. Like, I think it fits very well. The breakdown was really good. So yeah, I guess let's talk a little bit about what we think might happen in the future, because there are a lot of possibilities open. I definitely think that Damon is going to get worse. I definitely think that his mental health is going to take a steep decline from this point on, because he does not seem to be going the way of, you know, joining the Hope Brigade here. I'm sure that Diana is probably going to have at least some degree of success with her optimism. I'm sure that some people are probably going to come over with her on that one. But yeah, I'm not sure how it's gonna go. Especially because, yeah, like she said, she kind of wants to take up the mantle of Wolfgang, so... Taco, y'all have 1 year plus to get therapy. Listen, I'm gonna need it. Diana's definitely gonna be our rival for this game. Yeah, like, I think I can kind of see that, honestly, especially because she has so many of the traits of a typical DR protagonist. I think that it would be very fitting for her to become sort of the opposition to Damon. I feel like Diana's gonna die. Like, yeah, I could definitely see it, but I mean, I've had my expectations definitely dashed a few times, so who knows at this point. Curious if there's going to be a double murder where they happen independently. I don't know. I think Diana survives at least one more chapter. Yeah, I mean, I think she at least survives one more chapter. I don't think she's gonna die in the next one. Danganronpa roleplays have made me indifferent towards death. Lots of interesting inversions of typical biblical symbolism so far, with the POV character having a snake serpent motif and the tree in Eden being one of ignorance. Cain and Abel situation where Jet kills Mark or vice versa in chapter 2, probably? Possibly? Maybe. Because here's the thing, like, Jet and Mark are, like, have such a, like, their dynamic to me is one that, like, if one of them died, I feel like I would immediately suspect the other. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure. I hope Jet and Mark stay around for at least one more chapter. Me too, but you never know. Especially with the sort of more, like, comedic relief characters. You never know when they're gonna go. Although, usually I would say that the comedic relief characters kind of land somewhere in the middle of the game. Usually, more toward like the halfway point, because that's where you really get sort of a tonal shift. But I mean, the tone is so dark already, so I don't know. Pining Tree with the $5. What I fear is the laundry scene. Given the timing, it seems like it'll happen once a chapter and we'll see the numbers shrink. Ugh, that'll be sad. I can definitely imagine a situation in which, you know, we keep seeing Ingrid doing the laundry stuff and then everybody going to the laundry room and she's not there. That would be a fucked up visual. Ugh, hurts, sucks. I'm serious on this. Ulysses and Winona are giving me vibes for Samson and Delilah dynamic, and I'm just basing this on their talents and his haircut. I mean, fair enough. I see where you're coming from there. Kirby Superstar 44 with the $5. Crack Theory, Mara is an android, and there are multiple copies of her in the school. That's how Tozu is able to control the students. I have been thinking about Mara. I have been trying to speculate some things about her. Sad boy. I'm curious to see if any of the future cases play on Ulysses' memory and how he takes notes, kind of similar to Gonta's trial in B3. Ooh, yeah, that's an interesting thought, too. I feel like Pining Tree has exactly what I was kind of thinking. Like, I feel like Mara and Kara have to be connected to each other somehow. That's my thought. I feel like there's something going on there, especially because their names sound so similar to each other's. But I don't know. Yeah, Wolfgang's blackmail definitely has to come back. I feel like we definitely didn't get enough of that if it wasn't going to turn out to be important again later. I do wonder about Mara too, because I feel like she'll become more involved for some reason, maybe like as an evil trial participant later on, or as an actual student. RBYMM with the $2. Less people will talk on the comic as time passes. Yeah, that's also true. Damn. I've speculated that Carr was the last person to die in a previous killing game, a practice run of alumni, if you will. Ooh. Interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, like, the situation definitely seemed like there was some fighting already going on. So, it makes sense. What if Wolfgang and Diana were siblings? That's why Diana looks similar to Wolfgang's mom. Maybe. I don't know, though. Yeah, I don't know. I am still very curious about what he was saying to her before he died. I mean, I know he was hallucinating, but... When do you think Chapter 2 comes out? I mean, Taco already said that it's going to be a year plus, so it'll probably either be like late next year or early the year after, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Do you think Wolfgang's lore will be explored better in the near future? I don't know about the near future. I feel like it might be one of those things that ends up becoming important later, but we'll see. Be interesting to see if Wolfgang's dad is involved in the setting up of these games. Mayhaps. I feel like that could be a fun twist/addition. Honestly, yeah, fair point, considering the things that his blackmail said. That would be kind of crazy if he was the first person to die. If that, in that case. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Kai will die next chapter. I don't know. I don't know if I suspect Kai will die next chapter. I feel like, if anything, Kai is the type of character that almost seems like he could actually last. But, I don't know. I don't know how his and Damon's dynamic is going to continue at this point, with Damon feeling the way he's feeling right now. Ulysses ain't living. I don't think Ulysses is living either. I feel like he could make it a while, but I don't think he's gonna make it out. What are your chapter by chapter predictions for the killers and victims? I don't know that I can necessarily do all that. It's like, I feel like that's at that point, like trying to assign a specific chapter and specific victim and killers would just be like random speculation. That's as good as like me throwing darts at a dartboard, honestly. I feel like, I don't know. In terms of, like, characters who seem like they could survive, I think Kai might make it out. I feel like Winona is the type of character who could make it out, but that's probably just because she reminds me of Togami. So, you know, could be playing against my thoughts on that one. Eloise has to survive. Maybe. I don't know. Do you think Damon is making it out? I mean, yeah. I mean, again, I could be wrong about that. But, I don't know. I feel like DR stuff has done the protagonist as a culprit, or like the protagonist as a mastermind twist so many times at this point that it's just like, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Toshiko, I'm 50-50 on victim or survivor. I lean more toward Toshiko dying, personally. Like, as much as it would suck, and as like as sweet as she is, like I feel like that is all the more reason that like somebody would target her, because she's so just not the type of person that can necessarily fight back very well. Like, yeah, it's fucked up, but I'm just thinking logically here. Ingrid might die trying to protect Toshiko, or kill protecting her. She's pretty motherly. I could buy that. I could definitely buy that. Gets a whiff of Jet's laundry and dies. No. Not the death socks. It's Saki. Oh jeez. I'm actually very curious about, I don't know if it would spoil something for later, but Taco, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm actually very interested now to know what you were talking about in the interview when you said that there was something in the case logic while you were talking about it that made you think, like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. We have to fix that. I'm very interested in that now. Kind of curious to ask about it at some point. Oh, okay, so the vent, right? Yes? We're getting lore in the chat. I'm waiting. With bated breath. Vent. Okay. For like 3 days, I had to explain to everyone the diagram was fucked up because the diagram showed the vent of the dining hall directly connected to the boiler room. And I said that the diagram showed that the wall was as thin as paper. Yeah, that's a fair point. Thus Cassidy's line. Yeah. Well, you definitely papered over it well, because I didn't even notice. Because, like, while I was playing, I was kind of... I mean, I wasn't necessarily looking out for it, like, super hard, but I guess I was at least keeping my eyes open. Like, I wonder if I can spot something that seems like it could have been changed, and yeah, I didn't pick up on that, so... But, very good thing to fix. I'm just imagining it being directly connected and Ava dropping the fucking battery, and then just the explosion just immediately fires out of the wall and incinerates her. Didn't even have to do the execution. He just do it in 5 seconds. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Alright. Very good discussion. And very good game. I'm really looking forward to seeing how everything goes in the future. But for now, let's get going looking at some of the fan art that people sent in. Although, actually, it'll take me a minute to pull it up, but, you know, we're gonna do that now. I'm moving into that now. So, just give me 1 second to get that all pulled up. Oh my god, some of the things sent in here are very funny. Okay. Put that in there. Oh wow. Quite a bit sent in here. Nezumi, I can send you my favorite piece of Ava art. Please, by all means. You can just, like, send it to me over Discord. Oh, we have one not PEG-related art sent in, but I guess I'll show it anyway because that series is over, so... Oh, shit, if we finish Chapter 1, what will the Tuesday streams be now? We're going back to Dual Destinies. Next Tuesday, we'll be going back to Dual Destinies, and then every other Tuesday will be variety streams. Whatever I feel like doing. So that's how it's gonna work from now on, alternating between Dual Destinies and just whatever. Okay, there's Taco. Your link. I'll put that at the end of the Twitter links. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, we'll keep that one up. Should be able to get everything in here in just a minute. I just gotta look in the server to see if there's any stuff in the art channel real quick. Jesus. Okay, I think that should be everything. Alright, let me drag the window over here, get the tab going, switch. And here we go! Yay! Alright, starting off with Chiyoko, as always, at Chiyoko Arts on Twitter. For the final stream of Peg, I drew Ava, the ultimate the ultimate bleep. Very good, as always. The little hand cross just, hurts my heart. But very, very cool posing, very good coloring as always. Just mwah, fantastic. Fantastique. I stand with my cancelled queen. Yeah, so these next three memes courtesy of Clint at SEN Arsene on Twitter. The rate I'm going at will probably take about 3 to 4 business days total to beat Trial 5. Long-term therapy afterwards not included. Know the trial rules. Appropriate. Wolfgang had my blackmail. Aw, you're sweet. I actually had Wolfgang's blackmail. Hello, human resource. This is... yeah. And then the actually. And then the Amagus. Help. Terrible. And this is the one, this was not submitted for the stream, but this next one is the one that Taco sent to me on Discord, which is from Twitter user at Kanika Torcan, that's CANECATORCAN. And this is a redraw of another meme, which... Just behold the curse. The recreation here is actually like pretty uncanny. They actually managed to like match the style of the original meme pretty perfectly. So yeah, very, very good. So, moving on over to Tumblr, we have this, which was a submission, actually. Somebody sent this to my Tumblr Ask box. I will have to pull that up real quick. Yeah, this is from Swarna143 Teddy. Hi Mercy, because of the time zone difference, I always miss your live streams, but I watch your VODs daily, and I'm currently watching your Uminek Episodes 26 stream. I started my drawing journey recently, and ever since that day I've been practicing drawing at least 1 hour every day. Oh, that's very cool. Good luck. I can't draw faces yet, so I drew them as if they were playing the Among Us game. I'm always going to be a big fan of your hard work, and lots of love from India. Keep rocking. Yeah, you too. Thank you so much. This is very good. Just... the fucking ejected into space window. Ah, jeez. The electrical room. This is really good. She literally did vent! She literally did vent! Very good, very good. Thank you. Next up, we have... Oh, geez. This from Noruoki on Tumblr. Very quick sketch for the finale of Peg's Chapter 1. Ava was so fun to draw. I just wish I had more time to draw Kai as a wet cat as well. I'm surprised how quickly I went from I strongly dislike him to he's just like a puppy. as usual, I can't catch the stream, but I'm very excited to watch the VOD tomorrow. Hope everyone has a blast. This is very good. This is very cute. Yeah, like, I've always really liked the sort of, like, soft line work and, like, coloring that you do. It matches this, like, a redraw of this sprite very well. It's, my heart. It hurts. Very, very good. Next, we have these doodles from Pining Tree at a-pining-tree. This one is Grace. I'm enjoying all the mean women. I wish they could bully me. As well as... Oh, wait. Did I not open the other one? Hold on. I thought I was pretty sure I opened it. Oh, okay. I just opened it on Discord. That's why. And then also Grace and Wolfgang. Ora, ora, get pregnant. Yeah! The fucking meme. That's what happened. That's what happened. That's why he was sick. That's why he was feeling sick. Next on Tumblr, we have this. This is the one that I said that was unrelated to Peg, but the series it's related to is not ongoing, so I might as well just put it here. Is from Malikiki Arts. That's Malikiki Arts on Tumblr. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Hi, I haven't posted this art blog in like 4 years. Haha, whoops. Hoping to post a little more frequently moving forward instead of just lurking on this site. Lately, I've been on a VN mystery kick, and Umineko kind of grabbed me by the reins for a wild-ass ride and left me feeling a lot of things. Many thanks to NezumiVA's streams making this series as accessible as pretty much my audiobook at work for a couple months. Anyway, Beatrice is a fascinating character and embodiment of the mystery genre. In this essay, I will. Yeah. Yep. This is really, really good, though. Like, goddamn. I really, really like the lighting, the coloring, the blood especially is really well done. Like, damn. Fantastic. Fantastic work. Oh, and the little trail with the stake as well, like the way it comes down from the point. Very, very good. This looks really, really cool. Glad you've been enjoying those streams. Thank you for submitting your art. Next, also from Pining Tree, we have this doodle. The source behind all of Toshiko's big words, perhaps. The fan hides the truth. It's just hiding the fucking dictionary in the fan. It's like her book cover. You know, like whenever I would this reminds me of how I would literally use my like textbooks in school and just like set it up on my desk, like opened, like standing up, because they were huge ass books, and then I would just hide my small volume of manga inside so that I could read that while I was supposed to be reading my textbook. Literal thing that I actually did. Next, we have this from Joseph. That's spelled Joeseoph on Tumblr. So glad to have caught the stream in time. Wait, what Diana's saying makes no logical sense. So, what is this disgusting feeling inside my chest? No, could it be empathy? Yeah, well, it didn't last forever. Don't worry, Damon, you've cured it. You hate her now. Ah, jeez. Oh, boy. And, as long as there's not anything I'm missing, yeah, okay. So, this should be our last one over here on Discord, which is sent to us courtesy of Gallium. Okay, I think it's a bit too open for misinterpretation with the wording. I don't know who has Wolfgang's blackmail, but they must be really cool and sexy and good at Peggle, but I don't have it. Very, very good. Literally just standing there with like the most annoyed fucking face, like it was very, very good. Very good job. Well, this was all wonderful art. Just go back through once more. Very awesome. I really enjoyed this. Had a great time with this. Chapter 1 was fantastic. Peg team, thank you so much again for all of your hard work. Holy shit. Oh, it's pronounced Joseph. Okay, gotcha. But, yeah. I don't know what else to say other than that I'm really excited for Chapter 2 whenever that does come out. Obviously, you know, take your time. Don't overwork yourself. I can wait. But, yeah. This is really awesome. So, as a reminder, Friday will be my next stream. That'll be continuing Arc 3 of Higurashi. And then on next Tuesday, we'll be returning to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies to continue on with Case 3 of that game. Oh, it's kind of interesting how they lined up like that, I guess. And I will also probably be having a new video coming fairly soonish. I'm working on it right now. I'm pretty decently into the edit right now, so that should be coming sooner than later. I don't think it'll be after the end of the month or anything. It should be coming sometime this month, so keep an eye out. We'll see how it goes. But until next time, thank you all for watching, everybody. Had a great time with this, and take care. Bye!